I don't remember, but I lost count and track. So, in this video, we're gonna finish up, and then once we're done with the hair and the cape, I decided to take some elements out because it was looking really flat. But I made some changes to the hair. Actually, the hair is supposed to be squared, not spiky at the edges of the hair where the bangs are. But I'll fix that later. That's something that could be easily changed and done real fast and real easily. So what I'm going to do is that the focus is just going to get everything done. Some of the base colors are right in there, so I don't have to do a lot of work. I just need to literally clean up a bit of the line work. Uh, the three things we just have to focus on, well, actually two. The only two things we have to focus on is the cape and the hair, and that's it. And after that, we just put in the colors, and I guess we do a little shading and then a little lighting, whatever, and then call it night. And then that's the end of that. But this time I'm not gonna be playing crazy music. This time, on stream I might. Well, I'll play some music here and there and mute myself. But I kind of want to listen to some like commentary stuff and give my opinion on some things that's happening in the entertainment sphere. So I'm gonna listen to some Endymion and some Young Rippa or whatever. And I don't know how it's gonna sound on the mic. If it sounds terrible, just mute me. When hearing. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna sound horrific through my mic or so if you can even hear it because this is a dynamic mic, so I don't know if you'll be able to hear it at all. But it is what it is. I just don't feel like listening to music. That's just pretty much it. And this is just an experimentation to see if you guys want to hear my commentary on anything, if when listening or what the case may be while I'm working, um, or so. So yeah. So okay. So I sadly I can't play through. I would usually play the sound through my OBS where it'd be a lot clearer to hear, but because I'm streaming on TikTok, I want people to hear too. So like Um, till I get my stream key, if that's even possible anymore on TikTok, which I don't think it is. Um, yeah, I don't think it is. I would like to stream on TikTok and all the other platforms at once instead of like separate places on different devices because that shit is annoying. But it is what it is. So let's just get on to it. Let me just start TikTok and let's get this party started. Okay.
And there's been some hot leaks coming from the Disney Kingdom, along with a ton of info about how studios and franchises across the industry are wrestling with the underperformances of many blockbusters this year. I'll also be speaking about the test endings of Indy 5 later on in the video, how the movie was originally going to end, and even how Amazon Prime and others are failing and why it has. Also, I don't really know what to use as footage in this video, so I'll just use games like Uncharted because I think it fits. Whatever, you understand. Let's begin. Starting off, Indy 5 is unsurprisingly a massive box office bomb and could cost Disney around $295 million in losses once the film finishes its theatrical run.
Okay.
Some reasons for this failure are said to be
Hey,
that Indy doesn't appeal to young audiences,
it
and
doesn't.
that the franchise needs a reboot, and the early reviews were catastrophic for Disney, and it killed all forward momentum. By the way, the movie's budget was over $300 million.
Oh
And
God.
now new rumors have come out from sources like Overlord DVD and Bounding into Comics. And
Okay.
they both confirm that the failure of Indy 5 has launched Disney into an emergency meeting over the next few days. And the shifting of blame over
It
Indy
means
5's abysmal
0 hours
performance
of
is
sleep.
being
What does that
thrown
mean for
around
you?
like a hot pocket between the executives. Kathleen Kennedy is, of course, in the hot seat for this failure, as she is the head of Lucasfilm for now.
Well, she is
And
the
it's being
biggest failure
rumored
on
that
that,
Bob
so.
Iger and his yes men are trying to shift Indy 5's disastrous fall onto KK. One of the big parts of this leak is that Kathleen Kennedy says the reason Indy failed wasn't because of her, but it was actually YouTubers that doomed the film.
No, it's because of
Allegedly,
her.
Kennedy said the film failed because YouTubers leaked the entire plot online months in advance, and the
I don't
laws
know
of
about that one.
secrecy and surprise killed any investment in the film. One of the more startling pieces within this report is that Kathleen allegedly blamed Iger for pushing concepts like diversity and inclusion. which Kennedy believed would not go over well with the general audience. She apparently knew fans would hate identity politics and tried
She
to shift
knew
the blame
this?
again onto Iger. The
She
most
knew
surprising
this?
part of this report for me, anyway, is that Kathleen Kennedy might secretly be based. And maybe if she
Hmm.
was, Lucasfilm wouldn't be falling apart at the seams.
Well,
Deadline had a report recently that compared Indy 5's box office disaster to be almost as bad as Superman Returns about 2 decades ago.
ooh.
Returns made 75 million in its opening 5 days against
Not
a
good.
budget of 220 million, which is
Not good at
terrible.
all.
Indy just passes that by with 82 million in 5 days, but its budget, like I said earlier, was closer to 300 million, which is, yeah, that's not good at all.
Hey, I
No.
remember when movies made me feel things.
Movies still make me feel things.
Failure.
I feel regret most of the time.
Surprisingly, another movie Disney used to own is actually killing it at the box office, with Sound of Freedom doing surprisingly well. Sound of Freedom was made for 14 million and originally Disney owned the rights to the movie, and it was already finished when Disney bought the parent company that owned the movie. But bizarrely, even though it was complete, Disney opted to not release the film.
Why?
Mind you, Freedom is about the founder of Operation Underground Railroad's Tim Ballard, and it explores the true story behind the human trafficking crisis that grips the world. The movie's subject matter is understandably dark, and according to reviews, it's a very bleak and oftentimes depressing movie about how evil humans are to one another. But it's also being praised for raising awareness, not shying away from displaying the real terror that's rampant around the world right now. Regardless, Disney opted to not release it, and the people behind the film were thankfully able to secure the rights to the film, and then they released it. On Tuesday, July 4th, Sound of Freedom
Hey,
made a
bro.
little over 14 million, where Indy 5 made around 11 million the same day. This is impressive because Freedom debuted on half the amount of screens compared to Indy, but still managed to outperform it. Freedom made around
Wow.
$5,000 per screening on average compared to Indy's $2,500 per screening, which again also benefited from double the amount of screens and had major studio backing. Freedom, unsurprisingly, is not being covered by many major media
I
outlets
wonder
because its
why.
subject matter exposes a lot of the going ons of people who own the very companies that tell the news. But it's really impressive that it did so well, and it's now made its entire budget back. But
Makes sense.
goddamn, is that pathetic for Indy 5 to be beaten by a film with barely any media coverage or corporate backing. It just proves
Damn.
how badly damaged the Disney brand is,
Yeah.
especially when someone like Kathleen Kennedy is in charge of it. Kennedy also allegedly blamed the marketing team at Disney for failing to promote Indy 5 properly. And she tried to save face by claiming while Indy 5 did underperform, it was still the #1 movie in the world when it debuted. But the fact it released with little to no competition in a golden time slot, which is the 4th of
Okay,
July.
just to be clear on something, for those of you here on TikTok, which I did not establish because most of you was not in here, I'm listening to a Demion and other YouTubers talk about the entertainment industry so far, about the movies, the video games, all that stuff, the censoring, the problems that is plaguing current media with the woke nonsense that's been going on, the diversity nonsense, all that shit. So I'm just sitting here listening to this. I don't feel like listening to music because like it's almost like a drowning of listening to the same songs I've been playing on the YouTube on the channel for the longest while. So I'm just breaking away from that for something new and just want to listen to something that can get your brain moving. You know, like when you're listening to something, you're doing something and you have a commentary thing playing in the back. You're not watching it, but you can definitely hear it because you don't need to actually watch. And this is something that actually affects me too because like I do anime and since anime is getting better, well, getting better, it has gotten better over the years. They are now trying to push the idea of ESG shit on anime now. So that might be a issue in the later times as time goes by. So we don't know how that's gonna play out. Like they already kind of did it to anime, but it's being more prevalent than ever. So like it is what it is. So like I do like pop culture work and stuff. So this kind of affects me, and I need to know what's going on in that zeitgeist. So I don't. So when I draw my next drawing, I know what to avoid and what not to. But this is talking about like indie, and no one gives a shit about indie because well, it's old and it's got woke talking. So like whatever.
meant Indy 5 had the perfect runway to speed its way to success, but it didn't, and it's yet another major Disney
I just
box
didn't
office
feel like
failure.
listening to Linkin
So why are
Park
so many big budget movies failing that year?
anime
From
music for like
Transformers:
1,010
Rise of the
times.
Beast being the worst performing in its
It was
series,
getting
to
annoying
Indy
after a
5
while.
bombing hard, and Pixar losing their pants over Elemental's abysmal box office, not to mention many others. Just what's going on? Well, to start, I want to speak about Amazon Prime and the man behind it, Jeff Bezos, who has a bald head I want to slap really badly. In general, it seems like streaming services across the board in movies and theaters are struggling to retain audience interest. Some may claim films like Indy 5 failed because young people don't care, and films like Quantumania did poorly because of superhero fatigue. But this is clearly not the case when Guardians Volume 3 made over $800 million. And the best
Damn.
performing movie of the year currently is about one of gaming's largest franchises, Super Mario. The problem isn't that people aren't interested, but that the quality has become far more important to the average consumer, and
Yes.
for good reason. Anyway, recently it's been making headlines that Jeff Bezos, who's the CEO and owner of Amazon, is understandably pissed due to how poorly Prime is performing lately. According to reports, Bezos is demanding answers from his
I wonder
executives
why.
over Amazon Prime's massive spending habits that aren't resulting in returns on investment. One of these massive bombs is an original series on Prime called Citadel that I honestly didn't even know existed really until making this video. It stars
I
Robb
know.
Stark from Game of Thrones, and it
No, I saw that. I saw that commercial on Citadel. Like I saw it like once or twice on YouTube. It just looked like another it kind of just looks like Mission Impossible, and I thought it was a fucking movie, but apparently it's a show. I did not know that. I did not know that. I thought it was just a generic spy thriller slash movie, but apparently it's not. It was just a show, and it doesn't look anything new. It just looks like why would I watch this when Mission Impossible's coming? So like it made no sense to actually go see that, but whatever. But if you're like into that stuff, that'll be fun
a
for you.
good-looking lady named Priyanka Chopra. And it's basically a James Bond spy thriller blockbuster show, and according to reports, it failed to find an audience. The show had a budget of around $20 million per episode, but it was filmed during the pandemic. And there were lots of delays and problems behind the scenes, which ballooned the first season's budget to around $250 million. Again, this show is like 8
Damn.
episodes long, so $250 million for that is literally insane. Due to this, Jeff Bezos and his bald head are demanding answers, and I don't blame him. Due to recent failings like Citadel, which somehow got a second season even though it bombed, it's very reminiscent of
How is that
another
possible?
Amazon bomb in the form of Rings of Power,
How is
which
that
had a budget
possible?
of around $1 billion for its first season, and reports claim most people didn't even finish the series.
What do we learn about women dwarves that we didn't know through your portrayal? Well, we learned that they exist.
Oh my god.
This is a revolutionary moment within our time, and to be the poster child of accessibility for people of color, for women.
Ah! This messaging.
This area, this world, and these works of Tolkien, this is
No.
revolutionary moment.
Amazon has also been unable to produce content that's driving subs despite working with people like Donald Glover or Jordan Peele and Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Yeah, that Phoebe. You know, the one that everyone hates in Indy 5. Amazon Studios head Odetta Watkins claims Citadel has failed to gain an audience due to a jaded US audience, they claim. Watkins said while Citadel did well overseas, according to them, US audiences have become far more skeptical and doubtful of new shows. Saying that people will drop shows if new seasons aren't as good as previous ones, while Watkins is right in proving the obvious because, yes, people oftentimes don't enjoy things if quality drops. That's making content 101. Like, what are they even saying here? But this analogy doesn't apply to something like Citadel, because it's a new series with no background lore or previous entries. So if people aren't watching your new $250 million TV show about sexy people shooting ugly people with guns, it's not really the audience's fault, is it? It's the same thing with Indy 5 and all of Disney's latest box office bombs. It's not the audience's fault that these aren't doing
Not
well.
this version.
That's like if I blamed you for my video underperforming, but the reality is that you as the viewer don't owe me anything. My content, much like Amazon's or Disney's, lives and dies by the retention and dedication of the consumer. Attacking the audience and blaming them for your failures is a surefire way to make those people never want to come back in the future.
Yep.
So the answer to giant bombs and colossal wastes of money like Citadel, Rings of Power, or Indy 5 always will come back to the same sole reason. You have to respect your audience's time and work to ensure you're
Yep.
worthy of their attention. This is why so much media is shit these days, because these creators think it's their right to your time and energy. But that's not how that works, and it's proving that audiences are rejecting the quantity of products in favor of quality instead. Also,
Mm-hmm.
bounding into comics kind of just confirmed what I was already saying, that these studios feel inclined to your time and money, regardless of what they put out. Bounding reports that Kathleen Kennedy pushed James Mangold, who directed Indy 5, to replace Karen Allen's Marion Ravenwood in favor of Phoebe Waller-Bridge's character, whose name I already forgot. Kennedy's reasoning for this was that she wanted a younger female hero to take center stage
Hey,
in the
about what's
film.
going on?
Because of course she does. This is Kathleen Kennedy we're talking about, and specifically she ordered Mangold to make Indy into a battered, pathetic man on purpose. Apparently,
Wow.
Harrison Ford was fine playing an old, battered Indy because he didn't want to play the same character in the same way 5 times in a row. But it's
Why?
clear this direction was terrible, and the rest is history now. Karen Allen, who plays Indy's wife Marion, said, and I quote, I think because the last time you see Indy and Marion, they've gotten married. I don't know that I thought we'd pick up from where we left off, but I did always imagine that it would be a story with Indy and Marion going forward.
Makes
When
more
Steven
sense.
Spielberg was going to direct the film, I think the scripts were more focused on an Indy Marion story. But when
That
Steven
sounds
stepped
better.
aside and James came in, he started fresh with new writers and they just went in the direction they went in. They were going to
Ugh.
tell a different story. That's not to say that I had ever read a script that Steven was working on because I hadn't. But I just knew from
No.
conversations that we had that the ongoing
That's not me.
story had involved Marion in a much bigger way than the story
That
that they
doesn't make.
ended up with.
But why
End
would they
quote.
go down that
So
path?
unsurprisingly, Indy 5 got completely ruined and changed by Kathleen Kennedy in order to push her feminist agenda.
Oh, there we
It
go.
really does astound me how one person can be so instrumental in ruining so many franchises.
Jesus
And just to
Christ.
really drive home how badly Disney's losses have been lately, let's quickly break down how they've lost well over 900 million from their movies alone, which is actually more like 1.1 billion or more once Indy 5 is over. Movie Guide reported that one of Disney's biggest reasons for its failure is actually the existence of Disney Plus. Apparently, many consumers are quickly realizing they don't have to rush to theaters when Disney drops a new movie.
No, you don't really
They can
have
simply
to.
wait a month or three and
Yeah.
eventually enjoy whatever's released from the comfort of their
And
home.
if you have
But
VR
this is
chat, you can watch it for
obviously
free,
severely
no cost.
damaging Disney's bottom line, with Lightyear barely breaking even since it made 226 million on a 200 million budget, but once you factor in marketing costs, the film didn't turn a profit. Strange World made 70
Wow.
million with a 180 million dollar budget, so that was really bad. Movie Guide goes on further to say both Lightyear and Strange World will lose Disney around 100 million each.
Oh
They
my
also say there's a
god.
notice in box office poison when films are marketed as immorally wrong, with examples like Babylon, which was a high profile flop. But stated films that promote patriotism or traditional values like Top Gun Maverick or Sound of Freedom are doing the opposite. Minions Rise of Gru was the best performing animated movie of 2022, and it was largely because it didn't push an agenda. And it was also family friendly, which makes sense when you're making a film for kids. Who would have thought, huh? Disney, unfortunately, is putting the message before profits or marketability, and that's why we are where we are now.
God,
So
Jesus.
I just found this an interesting side note, but anyway. Finally, it looks like the original ending for Indy 5 has been confirmed. Originally, the film was going to end with both young and old Indy dying and Phoebe Waller-Bridge's character
No.
would swoop in and don
No.
the iconic hat. It would have ended with
What the
Bridge
hell?
becoming the new face of the franchise, and there was
No.
allegedly 6 different endings that were shot. With the
6?
best one getting a 35% audience rating from test screenings, which is obviously very bad. However, the more I read into this best ending that they had, it sounds more interesting, besides, of course, Bridges becoming the new main character. Apparently, Indy wouldn't have died in this test ending, and he would be left in the past with the creator of the Dial of Destiny. And Indy would send a message through the dial to the future that only his son Mutt would understand.
That's so
which would
nice.
tell Mutt to never join the war efforts, that he wouldn't die like he does in the movie now. And this message
That would have made more sense.
Marion would live on knowing Indy sacrificed himself to save their son. Honestly, that ending sounds far better than the crap that we got.
Oh my god, that would have been better, bro.
Good God, do I hate modern movies these days. They're so bad and boring and formulaic. I hate it so much. But anyway, that's all I got.
That would have been better,
Let me know
bro.
as always in the comments.
Why did they not go that route?
And thank you for watching.
Oh, bro, that would have been better. Why didn't go down that route? Oh my god.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And Superman transforms like Sailor Moon.
Yes, I should do this
What?
yesterday.
No! Wait, what?
Video.
No!
So much. This video needs done.
We're going to talk about My Adventures with Superman, which is being
No!
described as a rom-com with punching.
Well, no, be fair. You know, The Adventures of Lois and Clark was actually pretty much a rom-com, and it was pretty good. I liked it.
There was some punching.
So I mean, being a rom-com.
Why would you do this?
But Superman and Lois, that makes sense. But the person that's doing this, you can tell them.
The person is, well, yeah, one of the producers on this, I believe, worked on She-Ra and the Princesses of Power.
It makes sense now. It's making sense. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. Why they're making it. Oh my god.
Josie here can only make shows or do things that are reflective of herself. And you'll see why. Because she chooses to keep. Everything has to be changed to be to her image instead of her being a caretaker for it. Just wait till you see the slowness shit.
So we'll talk about
Oh
this.
my god, no, dude.
The show
No.
on so many levels confuses me. What it's trying to be, what the audience is, and it feels to me like HBO is just dumping it. They're just dumping it.
They got people off of She-Ra.
Did they just greenlight because it was Superman in general?
They look like they're having best friend squad right now.
What?
We even got Bo.
Like trying to grab. Yeah, they all look like they ripped out of She-Ra.
Was Luz from the.
Yes, they.
From,
I can see the
Outhouse
arts. I tell you something.
The guy vaguely
It is like, I don't know what it is. Something feels really hackish when I see American anime. I don't know what it is, but it's like, you can tell was drawn by Americans. Like, you can tell, like, I'm talking about animation wise. You can tell it's like this Avatar She-Ra type, Last Airbender, like art style. You can just see it, and the animation is always different. Like, you can always see the animation between American anime and then just anime. It's just, I'm not saying the quality is bad. You can just see it. It's not like it's. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it. You can distinctively see it. It's just weird. It's very strange. I kind of, like, yesterday I just watched the Overwatch short that came out, I think, yesterday. And you're watching it and I'm like, yeah, these are definitely made by Americans. Like, you know this was drawn by Americans in some form. Or at least the animation feels like very American, if so.
A man who transforms like Sailor Moon.
Yeah,
So
that's the point. He transforms like Sailor Moon. We didn't say that, did we?
we did.
Oh, we did?
Yes.
He transforms like Sailor Moon.
We're going to show you that. And this is an ongoing trend. Not only do we have He-Man transform like Sailor Moon, now we got to make sure that Superman transforms like Sailor Moon as well. So before you get further, please subscribe for more pop culture news
this.
and rants, guys. You get a woohoo if you do.
Woohoo! So the person that you know brought us.
Oh, thank you, Praying Poet. I do appreciate it.
Brought us this
Aw.
Yeah.
I didn't see that one coming. I did not see that coming. If anything, I thought people would just go ignore my commentary on that. But, like, thank you. I appreciate it.
Let's put some audio on.
Just like, oh god.
Yeah, you know, like we had with.
I was expecting someone to argue with me or something.
And then it's gonna be Superman and Jimmy or a thing now.
Superman and Jimmy are a thing.
Oh god, don't. I need to see this.
Oh.
Are you kidding me? Wait, what the hell? What the hell? Wait, go back. I need to see it again. God, oh my god.
It's gonna be Superman and Jimmy or a thing now.
Superman and Jimmy are a thing.
Okay, wait, that's not that bad. Listen, it's okay, I don't think it's that bad. The head thing was kind of okay. You can feel the Sailor Moon in that one, but so far as I see it, it's I'm not getting that Sailor Moon vibe. I'm just being honest. Like I get what they're getting at with this, but I don't technically see the because like listen, when Sailor Moon transforms, when she transforms, it's a whole good few minutes. It's like watching an actual woman put on their wardrobe, like go through their wardrobe, put on their clothes. Like that's what that is. Like I don't see the problem too much. The head thing, funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of we okay.
Superman.
I can't.
Wait.
I mean, it's not as long as like the He-Man one. So I mean, it's shorter.
Well,
but why the hell do we need this?
So let's okay. So now let's compare and contrast with He-Man, which is being compared and
Okay.
contrasted.
Okay.
with
I never
Sailor
seen
Moon.
the.
We gotta do the same thing.
Wait, hold on.
Don't make that sound.
Do not make that sound.
God, my muscles are so big.
Okay, you gotta stop that. I can't. TikTok rig on my ass. No. Damn, this dude is literally no. Okay, he is having a Sailor Moon moment. Let's just call it for what it is. Look at this, bro. This is a Sailor Moon moment. That's Sailor Moon. You can't. Come on, bro. Like compared to Superman, that is not that bad. Like, look at this. They're both. Look at the background, my dude. It's the same, technically the same background in color scheme. The rainbow, like, are you kidding me? Look at this. That's Sailor Moon. This is He-Man. Just no French impressions, and you're. I know, right? Look at this, dude. Look at this. This is Sailor Moon. Look how long it's taking for both of them to. Bro. Compared to Superman, it's not that bad. I'm not kidding. I'm gonna back it up again. I'm gonna back it up for everyone to see. So I'm going to point this out. Like, listen. I'm going to make it sideways make this sideways. There, make this sideways real quick. Okay. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pull this back. Shut up! Okay, so like this is the so everyone gets a good like visual between the comparisons. So like right here, I know you on YouTube can't see this because I don't know if I'm gonna get copyright strike or visual copyright strike, so I'm not showing you guys on YouTube. I'm sorry, Twitch. But like, look at this. This is Sailor Moon. This is He-Man. This is the same. This is the same runtime as they transform. Bro, look at this. Someone was literally looking at Sailor Moon and said, "Let's do that." It was Kevin. What's his name? I forgot his name. Kevin. What's the dude from Silent Bob and Jay. He was watching Sailor Moon and said, "Let's do that to He-Man." Just demasculize the man completely from that point. It's not that bad compared to Superman. Like, Superman is like, what? 10 seconds? 5 seconds? Like 5 seconds at best. 5 to 10 seconds. Okay, it's like, it's a straight 10 seconds. Let's just call it for what it is.
Actually timed perfectly.
Oh, God. So this is actually on the
I don't know how I
official-
feel about that.
The official DC Comics.
Oh, Jesus. Kevin Smith, yes, thank you, Bri.
That has to be a joke. That can't be real. That's got to be a joke.
No, it's 100% real.
That's real.
Again, they put it on the DC Comics Twitter account, which means that you've got all the Superman fans, comic book fans, who are like, "What the hell?"
Well, it's gonna be funny because they're gonna be like, "It's not for you. It's for the children." No, it's for Josie and her people that are the same age as her, and her sheer jacket. So it's for 20-some-year-old cartoon stand people who are obsessed with prom and obsessed with, trying to emasculate any male character they can possibly come across.
Yes, I don't know why, which is strange.
Well, okay, so this is what confuses me about this show. And they have an interview in Comic Speed about it and all that.
Comic Speed, sure they did. Of course they did.
This show, and it does look a lot like even the faces of
Look like She-Ra.
She-Ra.
Yes.
It's probably all the same people.
It's probably the same animators too. They probably have the same.
I bet you
I'm pretty sure it is.
If you look them up, they're probably other ones who did She-Ra episodes.
9 times out of 10. Look at the art style. It's very it's pretty
show
prominent.
for kids, right? It looks like a kid show, but it's on Adult Swim. You know what I'm saying?
That's kind of odd.
It's for Josie and her friend.
Yeah.
27-year-olds who didn't grow up and are obsessed with who children are fucking and cartoon shows.
Dude,
so
come on.
I guarantee you that's gonna be a whole issue with this show because it's like they're already baiting it with the rom-com angle. But I'm just like,
yeah, at least let's fuck their adults.
So originally, I think it was announced as just a Cartoon Network show, and then it became an Adult Swim show.
I wonder why.
I'm wondering if they don't know where to put it now because.
Oh, I know where they can put it. It's round. It's about a couple feet high.
So yeah, onto Adult Swim it goes, and I have to wonder if this isn't something on Warner's end to be like, oh yeah, we're gonna dump this thing on Adult Swim. We're gonna write it off.
Thank you for that, Bri. Whatever that person said, I don't know what they said. I didn't see it.
We talked about it.
Yeah. It's just like, who is this for? But let's look at some of the responses to this. Let's see. My 4-year-old daughter just got into Sailor Moon, and she's gonna love it.
What?
Thumbs up. Yep, Sailor Moon.
Yeah, no, they keep doing this. They just keep ripping off Sailor Moon. They think it's an homage, but it's for a certain type of person. It's for Josie and company who could only write one type of thing. So they thought it was a great idea to move the people who wrote She-Ra. So if the whole She-Ra team, they probably moving over here to Superman.
Didn't She-Ra get canceled or some shit? On Netflix, they didn't get canceled? I'm pretty sure it got canceled. I am pretty sure that shit got canceled so fast. Well, not canceled. I think it had like 2 or 3 seasons. It was running pretty well on Netflix for some god awful reason, but like it was running pretty well on Netflix. Then didn't it just got like the axe after that or something? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it did. It just kind of got like cut off. And I think the only reason why that show lasted as long as it did, not because of story or whatever, because I don't know how the story goes. Because it's pretty much using the He-Man IP in a sense, but like it only lasted because of the pandemic, didn't it? Yeah, like I'm pretty sure that was the case. I'm pretty sure that was the case. Like I think it only lasted as long as it did because of the pandemic. And everyone was home. No one had nothing to watch and had whatever they had to watch at the time. So I'm assuming that's what happened on why it lasted longer than it should have. Maybe we got 2 seasons instead of 3. I'm assuming, but I'm not totally sure. It is what it is though.
Yeah, which makes no sense whatsoever. Why is this anime art style? The clip looks like Supergirl transformation, Super Sentai kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
I'm gonna love the show. Oh my god. Yeah.
Judging by the avatar.
Same energy. I'm sure some people don't even watch Superman normally. This is terrible in every way possible. I've seen enough. It's peak.
Incredible.
For the Superman transformation doesn't have him spinning in a circle, but you made it Sailor Moon. I don't know if I should feel amazed by the homage or think it's corny. Answer.
A little bit of both.
This is from a huge Sailor Moon fan.
It's a bit of both.
Not a fucking magical girl.
You weirdos.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird. Whoever came up with the idea of the Superman transformation, I have a theory. Because they also made She-Ra transform a la Sailor Moon, and then He-Man transformed out. So now anytime any character transforms into
they have to transform. Like
Superman, it's only that first time. He only does it for his first time, and then after that, we don't have to see it every time.
The first time's magic. And after that, it's just like old hat.
Right. Who am I kidding? I'm not going to watch this load of shit anyway. That's awesome. Can't wait to join you in these incredible adventures with Superman.
Can't wait, everybody.
Slay Queen.
Oh no.
I just.
Everybody's like.
Can I copy your homework?
Oh my god.
I don't have words.
Just to be clear.
We talked before.
The
about.
last thing I
Again,
have to
they already
do when
mentioned
it comes to the
before. I think you mentioned
line
before, actually, maybe.
is just the
The
hair.
Shira writer,
I already
Shira
fixed the
writers were on the
skirt.
show. It's not just the writer.
I already fixed
She's
the
the one that
everything
produced
else.
her.
I even fixed the
Yeah.
cape.
So I mean, it's
The
going
cape-
back. Well, it looks. I mean, I
The
don't-
cape looks a lot, I guess, a lot presentable than it was before. It was looking like a pile of dog shit, but I fixed it. So I fixed the cape. Pretty much. So like, what's going to happen next is that I just need to fix the hair. Well, the hair was also fixed as well. It's just that I'm trying to make the hair as presentable as possible because based on the drawing, her hair is like, she has a lot of hair. Like a godly amount of crazy ass hair. I can't even fit in here. I'm trying to make it make sense. But it's, this is overwhelming as hell. I don't know who thought this was a good idea, but Jesus Christ. Like, I get it, it's anime, it's supposed to be over the top, but goddamn. This is, ugh. Bro, this is ridiculous. I avoid characters like this because, God, it's just so much to deal with. Bro, I just don't like dealing with this shit. It's just irritating. Oh, bro. Hold on, let me erase this part. Erase here. Okay. And then okay, there we go. Well, I don't know. It's really annoying to deal with this. That's why I don't like
I
drawing
don't know who animated
too
it,
many
but the
crazy
animation style was
hairstyles,
very, very similar
'cause
to
it can
Shira.
get out of
They-
hand
They did
fast.
say that on that one article we had pulled up on Superhero Hype that it was supposed to be on Cartoon Network and HBO Max, but now it got
Should have just been
dumped
on
onto
Cartoon
Adult
Network.
Swim.
I
I
don't
think
know the big deal.
this thing was, it was too far into production to cancel. It was one of those things where they were like, when Zaslav was going through with the DC stuff.
Oh no, he could have canceled it.
I don't know, because the animation, once you're pretty far into it, it's.
I think you can do this, but here's the thing: like you said, what is it for? Because you look at it, you're like, oh, this is for kids, and then they're putting it in Adult Swim, and then you're like, but
Is it for kids?
Shira, what did you expect to happen when you have a property like Shira and they completely fuck it up? What did you think was going to happen when you brought them over to this project too? And my next thing
Wait, I don't understand.
Shira,
what is
no,
it for
they
children?
went in
That's
and made
the
They
question.
named it Shira, but they literally made every character some representation of LGBTQIA plus whatever. How are they going to get rid of that in Superman? Oh, they better do that too, because they already ruined She-Ra, so they better fucking ruin Superman too.
Calm down.
Keep it fair.
They're gonna put this on Adult Swim, the same channel that ran like Squidbill.
Yeah, because they're counting on Josie and her adult friends and this adult mentality. The people who watch She-Ra are going to be even older now, and are at least in their 20s now, and they want it for that.
They better have some full-on hardcore sex scenes to keep the ship.
Okay, that's it.
But if they do, it's not gonna.
I'm sorry. We can't do this.
Guys, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but I don't think
Ripper's
this
a
is
lot
sustainable.
more
And it's going to be
conservative
interesting
his
to see which
responses.
parts of this
I can't have that
massive
running on the
company
thing because this TikTok is something else.
starts to get either one sold off or licensed, so that way they're not liable for the costs that are generally associated with the content that's being put out. Well, we saw this coming. It's just now confirmed. Indiana Jones, the box office of doom. Why Dial of Destiny has 60
The box
million
office of doom.
opening isn't setting records for the franchise finale. Let me just say this. In order for this damn movie to make money, it would have had to set several records. I believe that they are saying that they have spent on an upward of $300-something million to make this damn thing happen. And I always have to remind people that watch this, because as they do with the Marvel movies, people try to salvage it by saying, well, it'll end up X place on the box office, and therefore they make that money. Economic lesson for your boy Vanderbilt. The studios do not get 100% of the box office. They don't. That has never been the case. Okay?
Really?
And as long as the movie continues to come out, so it'll be in, let's say weeks, months from now, or month, whatever that looks like, that percentage gets less as far as what they take from the box office. Okay? Even more so internationally, that number is lower in terms of what the studio brings back. So just because it may, let's say, have a $60 million box office opening, does not mean that they made $60 million.
Oh. So
And
what did they
in
make?
fact, means not even anything close to that.
Are you serious?
Even though
So what did they make?
Indiana Jones and Dial of Destiny is looking to hit the bottom rung of its tracking projection, 60 million. That's fucking terrible. Sunday morning, there's no question this is a disastrous result for the finale to a historically beloved franchise film. Come on, Indiana Jones is one of the reasons why Disney shelled out $4 billion for Lucasfilm.
Is it
Global
really?
start here at
That'd
130
be more
million
for
is
Star Wars,
10
but
million
okay.
less than what we were seeing. The projections weren't even enough. If the projections had been right, they still would have goddamn lost money. Now, they haven't even hit them internationally. And they're done. The fan loathed Indiana Jones and Crystal Skull had a 272.1 million global start unadjusted. That's unadjusted for inflation. So that was a global start at 272.1 million. And yet they are starting as of right now today at 130 million. They're not getting anything goddamn close to 272, which is what, again, Crystal Skull had.
Ooh.
Not only did Star Wars bomb Solo open higher than Dial of Destiny, and the Solo lost money, if I'm not mistaken, with 84.4 million on a 3-day 1-3, 4-day. But so did Paramount's seventh cool Transformers Rise of the Beast. Yesterday, I learned from a key source that Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny before 100 million is estimated. P&A cost a mind-boggling 300 million plus. So this is the point that I was making. And this is folks that have been on our pocket in our corner of the internet have been making. That this shit costs more than what they were even leading us to believe with. Okay? These guys are going to lose money, and a lot of it. And even if in the odd chance, which is not going to happen with this movie, but it does with some others, even in the odd chance that it made in the green, I don't know, $30 million. Guys, that's a loss. You do not sink $300 million into a project over the course of several years to only make 30. That's not how it works.
You know what's kind of odd to me. This has nothing to do with what Young Ripper's saying. It's what I kind of just realized. I don't know how people can have group talks on TikTok if it's policing things you say. Like, unless it's just someone who's making a big fuss out of nothing. That's the one thing I never really understood.
Access Media are starting to understand that. But here's the thing and the take that I want to have here. Okay, so they just took an L there. They have been taking L's back to back, elementals. Okay, we've seen the decline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Secret, whatever. That's not making any money because they're not making money from Disney Plus. They've been losing, billions of dollars each quarter. Okay, parks are stagnating, which is where the moneymaker was. So you have several box office flops, and your parks are not doing like you'd want them to do. It's getting very competitive with Universal, at least in Florida sense. This is not a sustainable practice. So they have some decisions to make over there at Disney because at this trajectory, these guys are gonna be done, file for bankruptcy. Now I don't think that's gonna happen. But more so, what's more realistic to me is that they're gonna trim a lot of fat. We've seen a lot of layoffs. They're gonna continue to do that. They have to rein in these damn budgets. these budgets have been unreal. They have been spending a lot of money to make jack diddly. That can't continue to happen. So they're spending all this money to make nothing. They've inherited a lot of debt. The Fox deal. They've inherited money. They don't have the money. Okay? Stuff ain't sweet anymore. It's not sweet. So when they continue to hold the L, and what happens next, I think they continue with the layoffs, and there's going to be certain aspects of their productions. And I don't know, maybe it's going to be publications where they're going to start licensing that stuff off because it's not worth it. When you start losing money, you look at every individual line item. And maybe you do start with stuff that doesn't seem to matter. And maybe at some point, I don't know, they look at Marvel or even the Star Wars comics that ain't make no damn money. And they're like, all right, well, we spend all this money per year on publishing. That's stupid. Let's license that stuff off, or let's just not do it. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's the type of idea that to me, my guesstimation, just understanding business, that's where they're going to go. But I highly doubt that these guys are going to continue to lose money like they are, spending the way it is that they are, because it's not sustainable. So it's going to be intriguing. But imagine being in a position that
Hey, how are you doing?
Nice main event, some other shows as well. This was a layup for Disney. Disney, you got control of all of the Marvel properties. And instead of, I don't care what you need to do, when you got control of all that stuff, including Fox, right? Yeah, I get it. Sony has some Spider-Man stuff wrapped up in it. But once that deal got made and you were good to go, at that point,
Thank you, Hum. I
start
appreciate
working
it.
in overdrive and you start moving stuff aside. Who cares what your plan is?
Thank you.
But think about what the MCU has as an example. Lucasfilm is on, like, they did that on Rob. But look at the other stuff, like Marvel, okay? Are you excited for Secret Whatever that's out?
Nope.
No.
Nope. Not
Are
at
you
all.
excited for the upcoming Marvels movie?
No.
No, you're not. What about the upcoming Agatha Harkness show?
I don't know what that is.
Probably not.
Oh, wait, no. That's that witch. No.
Or Echo. You excited about Echo?
No, I don't know who that is, to
You're
be
not
honest.
excited about Echo.
Even comic-wise, I don't know who that is.
Because these idiots, whoever they were listening to, going into that next phase, and they told them, you just made all this money, let's move in and start producing garbage like the Eternals. They're in trouble. All of those projects are back to back to back. All I just mentioned, that's all they got down the pipeline. We don't even know if Blade, they probably should just ask that. They probably just get rid of maybe something they can make a little money. I don't know if I like the actor maybe playing it, looking at it in respective. Definitely considering he already played someone that was actually in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That doesn't make any damn sense. But that's down the line anyway. What they should have been doing was moving it in overdrive. I don't give a damn what mountains you gotta move.
What have you been up to?
The Fantastic Four and the X-Men. That's who you build your next phases around. Period. But they didn't do that. Instead, they banked on Agatha, who isn't even Agatha. Why is she there and the Fantastic Four ain't there? Makes no sense. The Marvel, nobody asked for that.
Yeah, no one did.
Unlikable character in Captain Marvel with another unlikable character in Miss Marvel. And then you jacked up Monica Rambeau in the Captain Marvel movie. So now you got a bunch of duds. Instead of, I don't care, I will take the tax write-off on everything that was in production. As soon as that deal got inked, I don't care. Move all that shit out of the way.
We're making my stuff. Okay. Oh yeah. I remember you said you had a little glitch issue. I'm sorry about that.
Fantastic Four right now. In fact, you already actually had one apparently in that Doctor Strange movie. And you screwed that up.
Yeah. That was odd.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Anybody excited for Captain Falcon? No. Not that version. Not that Captain Falcon, at least.
No.
Maybe for another property, but not this. So you got all that coming down the pipeline.
You mean Blue Falcon?
Back to back. they gotta be looking at that and saying, we're gonna lose money on each and every one of these projects.
Yep.
Because they don't know what they're doing.
Nope.
Oh, Ironheart, I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
This is all back to back. Imagine
Oh,
making
yeah.
your future
I told
on
yo,
Ironheart.
bro. I totally forgot about Ironheart. I totally forgot about the Ironheart character. Holy moly, I forgot about that. I solely I'm not even kidding. I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm not trying to play it off. I forgot they was making a movie around that. And that movie came out on the latest Black Panther, wasn't it? Or some shit. I did not remember. Oh my god. I remember the Echo thing, but I totally forgot about the whole. Oh my. Oh dear. Oh dear. They're in trouble. Which is funny because Ironheart is supposed to be like what, the female Black Tony Stark or something, right? I think she's supposed to be like the next Iron Man, Iron Woman, or something like that. They kind of like centered that around like Tony's daughter or Pepper Potts, or because like Pepper has her own like Iron Man suit, and doesn't she have like full control of the company? Right, I think, of his company. Didn't he give her like full control of the company? Or I think she did. So wouldn't it make more sense to make Ironheart not some random black lady from the comics, but like his daughter? That would have made more sense, right? I think. Given that he left her that last message and all that stuff. Like that would have made more sense in my head. Like I understand that Ironheart was supposed to be some black lady because like in the comics there is a black woman who plays as the new Tony Stark after I think his death. And Tony becomes like the new Jarvis. Like an AI Tony Stark or some shit. But like it's a weird thing. That's a weird one. That's a weird one. That's a weird one for me. Cause like now I think of it more and more, it would make more sense if his daughter was Ironheart because she lost her father through the Endgame. It would make only sense, or at least Pepper Pot becomes the new Ironheart in honor of Tony, or something. Or let's just say she can't do it because like it's too dangerous, or she has a company to run, or whatever the case may be. I don't know if she's in full control of his assets or whatever, but like, well, he is his wife, so like I'm pretty sure she does. But it would have made more sense for Pepper to train her to be like Tony, or not be like Tony, but like be her own. Wouldn't that make more sense for the whole girl power thing? She'll be as smart. Like that made more sense. Like she has her father's genes, so he has to be kind of smart. I don't mean like just because you have your parents' genes, you're gonna be ultimately smart by default. You may have some capabilities, but like that would have made more sense. I'm just saying. And then she makes her own Iron Man suit, or she has her own Iron Man suit. You know, that would have made more sense in my head, per se. But I don't know. That's a weird one. It's a weird one. Strange.
Go, Agatha. I guess you got Loki season 2. I don't know how many people are excited about that. Captain Falcon. Jesus Christ. Like I said, I would be sweating bullets, man. If I'm looking at the amount of failures that we've had as a company back to back, and then I'm like, all right, man, we gotta have something that's on the way that's gonna save our ass.
Mm-hmm.
Because even with like the Guardians, which is the one I guess they did the most, it ain't like they just absolutely just destroyed with the Guardians. No, they didn't. So everybody's looking at, you got to be in that office, right? Wherever their headquarters is, and you sitting there, I guess everything's in a Zoom call probably now. And they got to be looking at that, and they're like, holy shit, guys, we're fucked. We don't have anything to get these guys enthusiastic about it. We put all this money, we sunk all this money into characters nobody asked for. Our asses
You think?
is
You
in the
think?
jail.
You think? You think? Oh God.
You did
Oh,
it to yourself.
I have a
It's not
question.
sustainable. That's my main point.
Maybe I have a question. Maybe Bri can answer this. I don't know if anyone can answer this. In WandaVision, no one talks about the Vision that left. I have not seen anyone talk about the Vision that Vision was fighting in WandaVision. I said Vision 3 times. And he just kind of just left. No one talks about that. Is that Vision even around? Cause like Wanda's like on this mission of like, I don't know, trying to get her boys or something, make her boys real or some crap. And I'm thinking to myself, ain't the Vision that was kind of, I guess, was being controlled by what's her face, the witch woman, I think. He kind of got like free will out of nowhere and just kind of left. So we're just gonna forget about that Vision, like that white Vision. I think it was a white Vision. I think he was white. I'm clueless. Okay, so I guess this is a spoiler. Okay, so like so in WandaVision, the witch Agatha managed to make a clone or a copy somehow of Vision. I forgot how she did it. I think it was with magic. I don't remember. And the Vision fought against the Wanda's Vision, who she imagined or something through her little magic thing, whatever, her magic field or that she made. And they fought in like this building. Both two Vision. One was super white, and the other one was like in his typical color scheme. They fought each other, and then after that, they had some talkings, and then he somehow convinced him to like have free will or some crap, and he just kind of left and never came back. But no one talks about that Vision in the slightest. It just kind of makes me think, did he leave, left the force field, and it's just perished? Because if I remember right, if you're in the field, the Wanda field, or whatever the hell the TV field, or whatever the hell you refer to, people who leave that was conjured by that tend to be destroyed. So I don't know if that ended up of his demise, and we saw that was off camera. I don't know. Like, it was a weird thing. It was a weird, strange fight. If anything, it was just, like it just happened. It's just like it was weird. Am I the only one who remembers this? I think I'm the only one who remembers this. I think I'm the only one who actually remembers this shit, which is kind of sad on my behalf that I have to remember such useless information like this that no one's talking about that could be considered information, but no one remembers or cares to talk about. This is Marvel we're talking about. What does it matter? No one gives a shit. No one gives. Ignore what I said.
What the industry is right now. The industry is full of a bunch of guys saying doing that, right? They want to be supported for charity. And they don't look at it like maybe something, any logical person, reasonable person will look at that and say, well, we got to be doing something fucking wrong because we ain't got money to pay
rent. It's not that hard to figure out why it's going on left.
We can't pay the rent. Maybe we should adjust. That's what a logical person would do that. Not, hey, I'm broke. You should be broke too. No logical person thinks like that, man. Nobody does that. A logical person does not think like, I lost money. These other people are losing money. You should lose money
Me too.
I got a lovely wife that I want to be able to take. A little remaining housewife. I'm trying to move my mom to my own fucking property, and I'm paying the cars off and shit. I'm trying to build something here. I got employees, right? Brandon's working his goddamn ass off every day. Everybody's working their goddamn ass off every day. I want to keep them paid. Why on earth would I go broke? What would I do just enough to break even? I can't expand if we break even. I can't even do the shit again if I break even.
Well, you know.
Instead, I don't know what should I lose money and then go ask a bunch of investors to bail me the fuck out? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing?
No, that's a bad idea.
Giving them stake in the company, and now I done started the damn business and now I own only 5% because some suit that don't even give a fuck about comics now owns it. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Because that seemed to be the standard.
That's what's happening. That's what happened. Other than the message being pushed, that's what's happened. It's just a bunch of suits who just wants to make some money, don't care about the comic book artistry, and then they just ruin everything. And then when there's agendas being pushed, it's like, oh god, it's a bunch of things you're fighting against that you can't defeat. It's just
into fucking all these other fucking companies. IDW, they about to go under. Why you think they in the positions that they in, right? Fucking heavy metal, right? Maybe there's something economically wrong when they're like, oh, we need investors to bail our goddamn ass out. No rational person that understands business looks at that and says, well, that's what we're supposed to be doing. Look at them. They done had to reach out to some rich fucking crony to try to get try to stay afloat. Right? Motherfuckers risking bankruptcy, man. They're just trying to stay afloat. And you got people that think we supposed to mimic that. And I think, honestly, that's why they mad. Because we done found a way. And by I'm saying I'm not the only one. I'm just the one that I'm visible, right? So people hating and shit. I'm not the only one. There's a lot of people that done figured this shit out. They done said, that model doesn't work for them. I'm not gonna apply. I'm gonna go do my own fucking thing. Make a little money. Build a business. Employ people. Right? That's what the smart person does. There's a lot of people in the alternative sort of independent scene that are doing that. Instead of, and this is what a lot of our detractors, and it's a lot of leftists in comics is basically what it is. Instead of looking at our business model and saying, I can take something from that and I can eat, which means I get to produce more of the art that you claim to love so much, okay? A rational person will look at that and say, maybe there's something that I would adopt or I can adopt and take from that. They don't do that. They look at it like, oh, he charged $35. He just made fucking almost $4 million. He's expanded his company. He employs 20 plus people in one way or form as a direct employee or a contractor. He's expanded his business. There has to be some level of grift or swat or something else going on. I'm like, come on, bro.
Are you for real? Are you for real? Are you for real? This is what I'm talking about. I know how he feels. I know exactly how he feels. That is irritating. You only got there because someone helped you. Like, how do you know that? You didn't even, like, did you research what I have done to get to this point? And then they'll just make up something because they don't want to be seen as less than because they didn't put in the time and work. Are you serious? And I hate when people do that crap. It's one thing you research the person and you know stuff, that's one thing. It's another thing when you just make up something on like conjure something up out of nowhere just to say, oh, you're only there because some rich grifter helped you. I'm like, oh my god. This is why things like affirmative action should not exist, because this is what people who bring up that shit up says that type of nonsense. I'm glad that affirmative action didn't work.
Come on, bros.
You kidding me?
Like I said, if you're an aspiring artist, stop listening to these people. If you have a demand, that doesn't mean that you're owed money. You're not. But if you have a demand baked in, every other industry gets to eat. You should eat too. And you should eat well. All other industries outside of art, when you have something that they if you have a product that people are willing to buy, they get to eat off of it, right? Every other industry that makes sense. Artists, stop listening to these gatekeeping pieces of shit, because that's the reason why so many of y'all are broke.
Yeah.
Because you're listening to peers that are in poor economic situations than even what you are. Stop listening to them.
He's
They
not
don't
wrong.
know what the fuck they're talking about. It's the only art and entertainment's the only industry where people are expected to not make fucking money. Despite them having a demand, despite people willing to buy it, it's the industry for whatever reason, from music to comics, on up and down, where people think that there's some fucking pride in being broke. Where every other industry, it's like, I have product. People want it. I'm going to sell product. I'm going to get fucking rich. That's what every other industry does. Motherfuckers become superstars. Oh,
Okay, first thing, let that sit a little bit, because I don't want fucking TikTok thinking I'm harassing someone through a YouTube video. let that sit a little bit. Let that calm down, so that the AI don't get stupid, or some idiot walks in here and says, "Oh, he's right, he's playing something." Just let that sit for a little bit. Hey, Bigfoot, what's going on? How's life? We're getting a little heated over there. I don't want that it get mistaken me for some YouTuber, because I don't think the AI knows the difference if they're using AI, which I won't be surprised if they're not. Or no, I'll be surprised if they're not, actually. But I'm pretty sure it's an AI, or the AI is these NPC people who walks in and just assume things. Fingers are kind of too bent. Oh, that perfectly fit in that finger. My God, that was kind of funny. Oh God. That's it a little bit, and then we'll come right back to that, because I don't want being mistaken for stupid shit. Okay. It's looking more like a hand now, instead of what it was looking before. It looked like a big golf ball that was amalgamated with a hand. It's like my hand, like the hand I drew looked like it has cancer, like it had a tumor in it. It was looking kind of strange. It was really weird looking. She actually wears gloves. She doesn't wear a gauntlet or anything, and her fingers are not showing, so I know for a fact that she's wearing a glove. And to indicate that if someone's wearing a glove, you just put a lip lines on it. It's kind of the most simplest thing I've ever seen. You just put a lip lines on it, and then make sure it just goes alongside the seam of that of the finger, or whatever body part you're trying to convey. That's why it's easy to draw something like a leggings, because it's just lines that goes with the, it just goes with the, wait, what's the word, the contour of the body. So that's something to keep in mind if you want your character to have gloves or wear gloves. Yo, I might use that. What? Use what? With the hand technique? And plus, it makes it easier to like make your hands look a little more 3D than usual. or so. What you said with the gloves and so. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can use it. It's like it's not the. It's a common practice to know. And then to really hit home that it's a glove, because it's a glove, we have to give it a little bit of like folds. So the folds will come in like this, like 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 this, and little ripples. You can put ripples around the gloves at the edge like this. And you erase it, and then ripple down like this, and ripple down like this, and then just put a little bit of, so it can show that this individual is wearing a glove. There you go. And then you put more lip lines around it just like that. And then you keep it alive in that sense. Okay. Okay, there we go. So she looks a lot better. That hand looks I think a bit too small in my opinion. I'll make it a bit bigger. It just looks a little too small for comfort. I'm gonna just make it a bit bigger. Put it there. And then I'll grab this piece and pull it a little bit here. The finger is looking kind of odd. I'll fix the skirt. Let me just fix that real quick. Okay. And the finger, the thumb's looking kind of too far out. It looks kind of weird, like it's being broken, like someone's pulling the thumb. So we're gonna erase the thumb and then make it a little bit more presentable. Like this. Fix the thumb. Make it like that. Okay. Let me fix these edges here. Looks a little weird. Okay. Oh, still looks kind of weird. There you go. I make it big because it's the thickest part of all the hands. Fingers. Okay. And then just clean up the shape so it can be silhouetted and be seen. Like that. Curve it, make a 3D lip line. Just lip through it, and then that's it. And just clean up right here. You don't want the smooth part here to be that long, because it's gonna look really elongated and strange. There we go, fixed. A lot better than it was before. Erase this part. Clean it up a little bit. A little more cleaning up. I think the drawback with this brush is that because I'm using literally a crayon, it's a crayon brush. Pull this back. This finger's not supposed to be that long. Okay, and then this finger in the middle is supposed to be the longest finger. So if this is the longest finger, it has to be the most out there compared to the rest. All right, then it feels a lot more balanced in that sense. Because remember, when you're drawing fingers, your pointer finger is the third shortest. And your ring finger is the second tallest. For most people. I know some people's fingers are different, so don't sit there and try to argue with me about your Aunt Stacy who has a very long pointing finger. I don't give a fuck. It's just majority of most people, in most cases, biology-wise, your pointer finger is usually the third shortest. For most. I'm not saying it doesn't happen at all, but for most, that's usually the case. Just like your thumb is the fattest finger out of the other of the hand of the other fingers. So because there's always those people who like to add like they love to add like um liabilities, like these like outliers, and call it like that's something of like against the fact of statistics. It's just the weirdest thing. They love doing that. They love to run with the idea of like outliers of that one friend they know, which that friend doesn't even make up the majority. They're usually the minority. They don't count.
Overnight, had a great idea, put pen to pad, made it manifest, it turned into a product, and bam, they sold it, and now they eating. Every other industry, that's the standard. Here's the industry for artists. Oh, I have a good idea. I make good songs. People like my shit. Maybe I should struggle. Nigga, what are you doing? That doesn't make sense. Why is it that? And then none of them put it fucking you too. They want to top two. So they're bragging about, oh, well, our AC broke down on our tour. We're going to fucking hot ass Arizona. It's 115 goddamn degrees. 115 degrees. Right? Your AC done broke down. Y'all sweating balls in that motherfucker.
I can't do this. I can't do like the one video I picked from him is when he's yelling. Why? Of all the videos I picked, it's him screaming and yelling. Every video I watch of him, he's not usually screaming and yelling. This is like a sign. Is this TikTok playing games all with me or something? I don't know. The one video I find is when he was cursing and screaming, and I don't need that because like the AI can't tell the difference between sound logic and just yelling and screaming. Or the NPC people who watches. Let's see. Let's see. Where's that part? Okay. There you go. Now all I have to do is that, like that, like that. Huh. Did anyone see that video with Speed? I am Speed and his brother. Apparently it's his brother. That one video. I wonder if anyone saw that. I think it went viral just recently. That's about there. Like that. Like that. There we go. Okay, I think that's good enough. Now, oh, one last thing we have to, just the final line art thing we have to do. The final line art is that we have to I got an idea. How about this? I'm going to copy. I'm going to take this. Copy and paste. What is there? Oh. Grab this. Actually, you know what I'll do is. There we go. Just jump to the
way to make
shop.
make your art profitable. Are you doing it?
Are you kidding me? A second commercial of the one I just skipped. Are you kidding? Oh wait, did I press the wrong button? No, it's just what the hell?
Something that's a grift. They ain't overpriced. No, I'm just smarter than you are. That's it. It's really that simple. I am smarter than you are. You're dumb. I'm not. I understand that I need money to keep the business afloat. I need money to sell, to be able to produce something, to give people jobs. I understand that. So I'm in the business of making fucking money. Yeah, I would love to pockets myself, be able to build my buy some properties, fucking, live a house on a hill. Yeah, get my move my mom out from where she at. Yeah, I would love to do that. You cannot shame me in thinking that that's a bad thing. To have enough money to be able to build generational wealth, right? Considering what all my motherfucking mama did, consider where the fuck I'm from. I'm from South fucking Dallas, Texas. I did not, and that was a point that I made when I was in fire from the guys. I hate to bring up old shit because that's almost 10 years old since I left that band. That was the point that I made. If you listen to the Be Great rap that's in the middle, that's what I said. I said, because I happen to grow up broke and I ain't going back to that. That's defeats the purpose, man. I grew up in a fucked up economic situation, right? Once my parents was out of the window, when they split, and me and my mama, right off Camp Wisdom, moved into a motherfucking apartment, and I ain't had shit. Wearing them busted ass Iversons every fucking day. You think I'm trying to go back to that? No. Hell no. I done put myself in a great situation. I've accumulated a lot of these skills, and I can put them to work to build enough money to thank my motherfucking mama for busting her goddamn ass, working 2-3 jobs at a goddamn time to make sure that I had enough money to be able to try to do a little something, right? Yeah, I want to make enough money to be able to get her out of the situation that she's at. Thank her for everything that she did to me. More importantly, fucking coming up. And so the people that come behind me, my children and their children are taken care of. You cannot shame me into thinking that that's a bad thing. You can't do it. You can't. It's impossible. And that is my advice to everybody. If you're listening to this and you aspire to do something, if you can make money, as long as you ain't doing criminal activity, you're a piece of shit if you're doing criminal activity. I'm not talking about scamming motherfuckers. I ain't talking about theft. I'm talking about being a legitimate, honest human being. And you can monetize what it is that you do, go for it. And don't let, because your peers are broke and they wish they were in the position that you're in, do not allow them to talk you off the ledge. Because really, they're on the fucking ledge. And they had they jumping off the bench, and you the one trying to say, maybe we shouldn't walk off this motherfucker. And they like, nah, we should, because everybody else do it. Nah, bro. Don't do it. I hate to see this shit, man. Because it's always that example. It's that these guys who ain't got shit trying to tell people that get shit that came from nothing how they supposed to do some shit. It's like, dude, you ain't figured out. It's like all those concern trolls who tell me how to do shit, right? That were haters, but, they concern trolls. It's like, dude, you ain't figured out how you bald head wench. You ain't figured out how to fucking monetize the shit. You got all these creative supposed expertise. Just
So you
all this
bald
shit
head
going
wench.
on in your head. You got male pattern baldness and you a woman and you ain't figured out how to fucking monetize it and you talking about me. Get the fuck out of here. Somehow you ain't figured out how to monetize that.
He said, yo, bro. I gotta use that. I think the last person I heard say that was Tommy Sotomayor. Oh my god, bruh. Oh my god. I can't. That got me. I get what he's saying, but that shit was funny. And no, I think he said that to a woman too. Oh shit. Oh my god. You bald head wench. I'm gonna use that. Bry's like, oh, me and Bry's like this. Be like, yeah, that shit funny. Oh man, I gotta use that. I'm gonna use that. Yeah, I'm gonna use it when it's perfect. Oh shit.
Talk to somebody else. What you talking to me for? What the fuck?
I totally understand where he's coming from, but that shit was funny. I can get the frustration he's coming from, but damn, that was funny.
And it's funny, man. That guy that brought that up, man. I'm like, dude, it reminds me so much of the metal industry, man. Metal scene, bro. Hardcore scene, same shit. Bunch of people who don't care so much about the art, and they broke. And they ain't figured it out. Oh, maybe we getting fucked. They ain't figured it out yet. So they see someone else not getting fucked, and they think something's wrong.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I seen that too. I seen that too. Like they'll do this thing where, okay, so like there's some artists will do this thing where, oh, the reason why I'm not getting where I need to be is because, my artistic integrity is more important than making money. And then when they see someone of a similar status get money, they'll just assume, oh, they sold out. Bro, come on, man. Maybe that person just worked really hard. You don't know. Like, you can't just go off and just say, oh, they got that because they got lucky by some left-leaning asshole who just came out of nowhere and just gave them money. No. Maybe they just really worked hard. You don't know. Like, you don't know. Like, you can't make that assumption until you have the facts on that. That shit is irritating, bro. Oh, you're only there where you need to be because someone helped you. Some rich person helped you. It must have been some white guy. You must have some white backers or some stupid shit. No, I probably just worked really hard. My patrons helped me. They donated money. I didn't use their money to just spend on stupid shit. I only use the money when it's necessary for the business, as in making more content, doing more lessons, something. They can't fathom this logic. They can't fathom that. And then when you tell them anything, they just think you're lying. It just makes no sense to even argue with them. It's like that kid from yesterday. It's that kid from yesterday. If you guys remember, he said, "Can I be a mod?" And I'm like, "No, you have to be someone who, like, you know, who's here, who puts in the time and effort to be in the stream, and, you know, who's part of the community and helps people when they can, if possible, and people recognize who you are. Like you don't have to be like Superman, but at least be here. You know what I'm saying? Bro goes off and says, "Oh, what community? There's only 14 people." And that's why you ain't getting no fucking mod privileges. You just prove my point. You are the. This is why those things are these rules that I made with my mods are in place, because people like that will abuse their power so fast and then do stupid nonsense, and then I will have to pay for it later. You know what I'm saying? How many times I've like people will be coming to me like, you know, you muted me, you muted me, you muted me. I'm like, I didn't mute you. Either my bribe muted you, or Bean muted you, or Mora, or Ari, or who John. They muted you. I didn't mute you, and I'm not paying attention to this chat like that half the time. Let's just be honest. I'm just calling for what it is. Especially on all my tangents or rants, but like, they muted you. And I actually have confidence in my mods to make the right decision when muting someone. So whatever you said and or did, you probably did damn well deserve it. Cause my mods are they're pretty fair. They're pretty fair. They don't let political leanings or anything get in the way of muting you. I made that sure of something. Like I said, I made sure that when I had my mods, or you become a mod, you don't bring your political nonsense or your ideals into your shit. If someone's being rude, you mute them. If they're being rowdy, you mute them. If they're being out of line, like obviously out of pocket, out of line for like no reason, you mute them. I understand there's sometimes some translations can be a little can happen where someone's just making a sarcastic joke and it can be read differently. I get that happens, and usually if you come to me and say, "Hey, I got muted and I didn't mean to say that way," or something like that, your mods muted me, then I'll unmute you, and then I'll just give you a fair warning. Be careful on what you say, because my mods sometimes can't tell if you're being serious or you're being sarcastic, because it's really hard to tell when someone's texting compared to if you're on the phone. You know what I'm saying? So this is why these kids don't get this. You have to be knowledgeable of the things you say and be aware of it, because even though you may not say anything wrong, there are consequences of things you say. I'm very much a proof of this every time. So don't be like your teacher. So like the point is that when my mods are muting someone, you probably damn well deserved it. Now, I'm not even going to ask my mod what you did wrong. I ask what you said, and then I'll make a decision on if I should unmute you or not, or give you a warning. Because it's not my mod's job to like figure out what your intentions are, because your intentions can fuck up the whole like chat from that point. And they don't have all day to figure that out. They only have a couple of seconds to a minute to make a decision. And Bryce does a very goddamn job at it too. I have no problems with Bry. Bry does a great job at his job. I'm proud of him. He does a great job. So like, I have no problem at all when Bry comes in. I'm actually glad when he's in here, because even though if he's not like totally paying attention, he's in the chat. And I know he's gonna eventually pay attention to whatever the hell's going on, because like we had like 500 plus people and it was just him. So he does a great job at what he does. Usually, if it goes left, it's usually my fault because I talk too long. Let's call it for what it is. But yeah. So like the whole point is like, you need to be very careful what you say, because when you come in here and says you want to be a mod, and then you question this is not even a community, why are you here? If you believe this is not a community, I don't want to give it to you, because that's what it is. A community doesn't have to be like 1,010 people. You might be thinking like SQC type community. This is not that is. We're not XQC. We're not none of those people. We're just literally a smaller business that is trying to get off the ground based on what's going on here. So if you don't think it's a community with the 14 people that was sitting in here, get the hell out. Because they think it's a community to sit here and conversate with each other, with me, or ask whatever question. That's community. People are willing to communicate amongst each other to get to a certain goal, or at least hold up a certain fandom, or whatever case may be what's going on. I didn't have this problem with Bry. Bry comes in, he sits down, he pays attention, he makes his responses, or what case may be, and he didn't even, I don't even think he even asked to be a mod. I gave him mod powers. I don't remember him asking. If he did, I don't remember, but we did give him we call it the mod pamphlet, or what you call it, the resignation thing. Registration, that was it. I deliberately asked him. Yeah, you can ask him. I asked him myself. Because I was proud of him because he was always in here. And he was more helpful than sometimes even some of the mods. I'm not even gonna lie to you. And he will help without even knowing, without any incentive. So I gave it to him because he deserved it. He earned it. So shit. These people are something else, I swear to God.
You deserve it. Me? No. I'm not interested. Y'all are your own with that shit. If I'm a very analytical guy, man.
Yes.
Way I approach business, way I approach
you have to look at analytically, yes.
I don't care what the standard is.
Nope.
No, take that back. I do care what the standard is if it's useful to me.
Yes.
If it's not, I don't look at the standard.
I don't think everyone knows a rich guy like that. Yeah.
I look at it like the same thing I did with distribution with this company. I look at it, I say,
You're not wrong.
why is everybody doing it this way? Well, nobody can really explain. It's just that we've been doing it this way for years. So that, I'm like, all right, well, okay. That doesn't make fucking sense. I'm not going to do it then. Because it doesn't make sense. I don't look at it like, well, y'all are doing it, therefore I'm
going to do it. No.
Like, y'all are doing it. It's not working. Therefore, I won't do it.
Yep.
Won't do it.
I won't do it.
Period.
Shit.
Ripperverse Gold Post Twitter posted this video of this guy. I hadn't watched it all the way through. I just saw his animations and stuff. We're going to do a bit of a live reaction and see what this guy's going on about. Let's check it out. As you can see right here, he's clearly
like,
to be expected.
Like, yeah, let me call up my rich guy friend real quick. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, what the hell? Imagine doing that. Bro, imagine doing that. I'm gonna call up the rich guy who helped me get rich. No, I'm not gonna do that. Like, what the hell? That's, if anything, that's your boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're, like, when people say you got there because of some rich person or some rich liberal or some grifter or some shit, it's annoying because, like, if you're someone who went independent and did everything yourself and had to put in the hours and time and make the money and manage all that shit on your own and pay the taxes and all that stuff, and then someone comes out of nowhere and says, oh, you got there because some quote-unquote grift / liberal white person helped you. I'm like, what? You are something the hell else. And then even if that was true, I don't even think people are going to be quick to say, yeah, I'm going to call, like what Bryce said, I'm going to call the dude who made me rich on the phone. The fuck? And anyway, you can figure that out by just research. If the person's famous enough or at least known enough, you can pretty much research them and figure that out. It doesn't take a genius to figure that crap out, but like, people are lazy. They're just lazy. People are lazy. They don't want to put in the time to actually put in the research. Because it's not convenient enough for them to do it. So making something out of thin air is easier. Like, it's worse when you're a minority. Because when you're a minority, other minorities who are in the same boat as you will make up that very thing against you too. It's much worse than a non-minority. Like, it's not like it's a white person. It's like a straight-up minority that's in the same boat as you, who comes from the same situation you, and then they say that same crap to you. You want to... It just makes your blood boil. It just, like, are you serious, bro? We're in the same boat. We're in the same damn uniform, and you dare say that to me. How dare you? And you wonder why people don't invest in our businesses? Because we have this cutthroat attitude towards each other? Are you serious? Nah, bro. This is why certain minority celebrities, when they get money, they don't even deal with their own people anymore because they know how their people are. It is what it is. And that's sad. That's not even cool. That's not even cool to me. But it's a truth. It's a solid, sad fact truth. And that's not even like something I like to say. That's literally something really disparaging. That is frustrating as hell. Like, you know how annoying it was when over time friends and some family members of mine said the reason why I have so many followers uh well, at the time on Instagram before TikTok, but like around Instagram is because I probably bought those followers. I'm like, no, I did the hell not. That shit is stupid. That's lame. That's sucker shit. Who does that? Like, it's easy to tell if it's literally like bought, because if you have like, say, let's just say you have 40,000 followers and you post something, you only got 2 likes. That's very telling. Right? And then you don't follow no one. You have 40,000 followers. You post like a picture or even a video and you only got 40 likes. You got 40 likes? That don't look good, bro. And then what's worse, like, you don't have a bunch of content. You have 40,000 followers. You don't really follow anyone. You follow like 10 people. 40,000. You don't have any like real content that's there. And then when you do post content, if it is content, especially something very stupid like, I don't know, your dog, you post a picture of your dog, it only got like, what, 2 likes? That doesn't look good on your behalf. And I understand there are outliers where sometimes when you post something, even if you have a high following, it may not get as much as it should. That does happen, but when it's significantly low, that looks bad. It looks really, really bad. It doesn't look good at all. You're better off deleting the post. Like, I got a significant amount of followers on Instagram, and I still feel like the numbers I get is low. But some of my mods and some of the people who follow me might not think it's as low as they think it is, because they're not there, so they don't think they think it's high for what I have, but I think it's significantly low, to be honest. So that's why when people walk in and say, "Oh, you have this many followers on TikTok, why is there only like 15 people?" Well, because I'm not doing everything all the time that is going to pull them in. And we all know why they're here. Let's just call it for what it is. That 60,000 is not because they just love my art. Let's just call for what they're in there, because they're there for a reason, and we all know what that reason's for. But because that reason's pretty risky, I don't do it all the time because it can cause trouble. That's why. And then it puts my mods at risk, because if they're just sitting there and it just one thing wants to another, they're gonna feel guilty like they didn't do anything. So I don't want to put my mods in that position. So I try to be as conservative as possible when using that ability to pull that many people. So I try to do experimental things to bring people in, instead of trying to always do that one thing that did work, and it does still work. It's just that it's not a reliable method to use for a long-term situation. You gotta look at it as a business. Like, if you want to make money, you gotta look at it in terms of a business. Is this going to be a long-term sustainable situation? And 9 times out of 10, it's not. It's only for a moment of time type situation. Because if it did work, we would have had probably, if I had to guess, at least 100 people in here every time I'm on. I've been on for the last straight week, and it's only been, I would say, at average 15 to 30 people. So that proves that what I was doing, given the whole like anime girl thing, it's not a sustainable thing to rely on, because it's going to bring certain actors that don't give a shit about the content or the community. They're just there for a specific reason, and only that reason alone. And as soon as I'm not doing it, guess what happens? It's literally 14 people in here. I'm not stupid. This is why it's like, I'm not going to pretend like I'm such a guru knowing how I got here. No, it's not that hard to figure that out. Anyone can do this. It's just that you're just putting yourself at risk. That's just pretty much what it is. Well, your content at risk and your shit being demonetized and taken. So you don't want to do that. So it's best to try new things and try to bring a new audience in instead of doing the old audience that doesn't support. They don't do little to nothing. Like for every I say 200 people that comes in when I'm doing the bikini girl drawings, about I'll say two is genuinely here to learn. Like they're genuinely here to learn, to understand anatomy, like that one person from yesterday, like Alt actually gave a shit, because not only that they wanted to learn, they actually went to the Patreon and came back and proved by confirmation that they want to learn. And I gave them a whole lesson the other day. They even like perfect example is that when I was doing the teaching, they asked me, I think they did this as a confirmation to see what the hell I was doing, if I know what I was talking about, is when they asked me, and I think this is right after I think this is before or a little after they took the Patreon pledge, is when they asked me to draw a bowl of fruit. And I used whatever techniques that I learned to put that together. And then when they saw this, they was like, okay, this seems legitimate. I think I can learn something from this person. I'm going to take the pledge. And they came back the following day because I told them to watch my videos first if you get confused on something. And they came back and I gave them a full lesson in the midst of me doing this. I was doing this. And then after that, once they came and Alt asked, can you show me a quick lesson? I would like to learn and stuff like that. I stopped what I was doing because they took the pledge and they was being honest. And I came in here and I did a whole hour telling them what exactly to look for when drawing a female body and keeping it 100% proportional and all that stuff. That's the support I want. I don't want these dudes walking up in here and always asking if I'm drawing the next bikini model, and then they don't stay long enough because they got done. If you know what I'm talking about. They had to finish. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that shit is not a long-term thing. And only what that does, it just brings my number up. That's all it does. That's all it does. I'm not stupid. I know for a fact that it works because dudes are not that smart when it comes to these type of things, and then they just follow to see more of this, and then when they don't see it, especially if it's a dude, if you're drawing a dude, they definitely don't stay. Hey, yo, Fong, what's going on, my bro? So I understand where Rippa's coming from with this. I understand exactly what he's coming from with this. Yo, bro, how's life, my dude? I hope you're doing well with your artwork. But I understand exactly what he's talking about. Because we all know it. Drawing anime girls, or just girls in general, will bring you views. It's not a bad thing. That doesn't make you an evil person. I don't think so. But be aware of who your audience is. Because if you're not aware of it, don't be too surprised if they don't donate to you. Now, some will. I'm not saying they won't. But 9 times out of 10, they're usually broke and they don't. Usually. So I understand that. Highly. I understand it completely. So yeah, I know what Rip is talking about.
There, I'm sure he takes a lot of issue with it, but let's check it out.
Wait, what is it? You doing a reel? Doing good and still working on it. Love your art as well. Thank you, my bro. I do appreciate it, my dude. Just doing some commentary stuff. Like, I worked on this I think it was this week or it was last week. But I worked on this week. Oh no, I think it was last week. And I still have to put some details on it. So I'm using new techniques and applying them to see if they're working. It seemed like it's working, but it could be better. And now I'm going to be working on this one and then coloring this in. I already finished pretty much with the hair and the cape. I know it's kind of hard to see because there's a lot of overload, but I will put in the color so it'll be easier to see. I put a little bit of the color from before, because before it was looking like this. This was the original look it was. And then I refined everything. And now it looks like this. So I went from this to this. Love the post. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, my dude. What brings you to the neck of the woods, my dude? Ow, my head. Let me see. I think we could put in some color. Where's the color? I'm going to change up some stuff. Like, I'm going to get rid of some of this. Alright, first thing, let me... Okay, that's that. So I'm going to put this on the top so I know what that is. Okay, it was this I wanted to get rid of. That can stay. Let me see. Get rid of this. There you go.
Down, because I know what this video is going to turn into. And honestly, at this point, I don't even know if I care. And I immediately went to social media and prepared myself for what I was going to see. About a scene with a flag that says protect trans kids, trans flag.
Oh no, we're not talking about that.
Utilizing this sort of material to perpetuate that sort of idea if you are upset with people.
Like, I want to have that conversation, but given how TikTok is like... Oh, TikTok always comes after me for being opinionated, so... Just practicing a bit and saw you were live and thought it was stopped by. Thank you. I appreciate it, my dude. I do appreciate it. Thank you. I try my best here.
Having a discussion.
But yeah, wait.
About it.
Did this just start with a whole new video? I think it did. Bob Iger destroyed Disney. Oh no, what is this? Hold on.
Hello and welcome back to Clownfish TV. It is me.
Okay, so
I am here.
yeah,
myself for this one,
I'm gonna see if I can get this done. I want to get this done today. Which won't take long, actually.
Mentioned it several times. There is now a rumor that Bob Iger is going to seek a contract extension and not leave Disney. Shocker.
What? Oh,
I mean,
God.
not surprised at all. He's 8 months in, and there's been no movement on him.
Are you kidding me?
Then we had the whole thing with, the CFO, Christine McCarthy.
You know what? Getting rid of Bob Iger is not the problem. That is not the problem. If anything, it's not going to solve the whole Hydra head thing here. Getting rid of Bob Iger is just going to bring another Bob in anyway. What you should do, what we all should do, is literally, like, company bully the hell out of, like, ESG. That's what we need to do. That ESG score thing is irritating. That's the problem. If you can get rid of that, then this issue will go away. This whole thing plaguing the Marvel Cinematic Universe to video games and all that stuff. I feel like we need to overhaul the creative team, but then again, they probably have to go by what. See, but that's the thing. I don't think it's the CEO. I don't even think it's the board. I don't even think it's any of them, those investors. I think the issue is this whole. I'm surprised that no one has said this. We need to boycott the hell out of the ESG rating thing, because I think it was Netflix, HBO, and what else? It was some other company, and Disney. Most of them, all these streaming services got rid of their what do you call it? Their diversity officers. That was the thing. What they need to do is fix this whole ESG score thing. This thing needs to either be reformed or it has to go. That's what's causing this issue. Because Bob Iger is not doing anything too off. He's just doing what he thinks is best for the company because they need that ESG score. That's the most important thing to most companies, is that ESG score. But most of these companies are starting to realize, or at least I think most of these companies are stuck in this situation where if we do what the audience wants, our ESG score will be low and they're not going to give us money. If we do what the ESG wants, we get backlash and hell raised upon us. So there's this issue where they're at odds with the consumer and their overlords. So if you get rid of the thing that's causing them to be, like, in this position, then we can probably get the Marvel Cinematic Universe back on track. properly and the gaming industry back on track, and also get rid of most of these gaming journals because they like, well, they're probably getting rid of because of the whole AI thing, but even that may not be a fix because the AI might have enough ESG points that's inside of it that may cause it to say just as much insane things as the gaming journals. So it's not like you got rid of it. It's just a different monster at this point. It's just digitized at this point. It's just, you know what I'm saying? So what needs to go is the ESG score. If you can get rid of that, you can probably fix this problem. That's what I'm assuming that's what's happening here. If we ignore that, if we get that, then anything after that is the company's fault solely. And I'm talking about the CEO from that point. Because I think his name is David Fink. He's the very reason why ESG even exists. Well, no, I think that's the Chinese party. I think they kind of started with that, but we kind of took that idea and put it into businesses. But David Fink is like the sole reason, and I think he even said he regrets this whole thing because it's causing too much hell. But he said in his first interview when ESG was introduced or was talking about ESG that it needs to be forced upon everyone, which was a bad idea to begin with. That was a bad idea. When you force a behavior on people, it's never genuine. It's just resentment at that point. It is what it is. That's literally the truth. That is the God-given truth on that. It's just resentment. And that's going to cause trouble. And that's what's happening now.
With all these shuffling, he's going to probably argue, oh, now is a tumultuous time at the company and I can't leave until we find replacements for other people first. And he's going to eke out himself another contract extension. Meanwhile, since he's been back, stuff's been going down. Now, granted, some of the stuff was his choices, some of it was not. But the stock is just going off a cliff. I mean, it still hasn't hit the 52-week low of 84.7 yet, but it keeps dropping daily. So
daily? Oh, God.
Further, please like and subscribe, and I'll give you a whoop. And we're going to talk about this. So, we've mentioned several times about this. A lot of the things that have been hurting the
That's
company
not good.
is poor attendance. GD Plus makes a big part of that. It's too expensive. The costs had gone up. Iger came in and said, we're gonna lower costs. He hasn't really done much to do that. GD Plus was his idea. It wasn't Chapek's.
She's saying Disney Plus or Genie Plus?
Then Disney has been, having issues with lawsuits about Disney Plus and things like that, and the market has not been good for Disney Plus. It is dropping off a cliff. It's losing subscribers.
I think, but I'm not against what you said over there, Titan. It's just like I don't think the CEO is doing that on purpose. I think he's being drawn into doing this because if he needs to, like, remember, the CEO has to always appease the investor slash the board at all costs, because if they're not appeased, he doesn't keep his job. So technically, the CEO bosses is the ultimate thing, and then what's causing the bosses to make him do this is probably that ESG score because they're investing their money into the whatever company they're in, right? So that's what's the issue. If we get rid of that, maybe this might be fixed in some form, I'm thinking, but I don't know if that's good and all or be all. I'm basing this off of the fact that he brought George Lucas' sequel trilogy script and didn't use it. That right, and I think at that time, I don't know if ESG was even a thing back then. If that's the case, if he did that on his own merits before ESG was ever introduced, then that's his fault. I'm not even gonna lie. But if this was in the time of ESG was being developed and he had insider news in that way beforehand, and he didn't go with the George Lucas thing, then it kind of makes sense why he didn't. But then again, I'm not saying that he did or didn't because of that, because I don't know. I don't know what time frame that was when he bought. Well, I think he bought Disney back in 2008. I mean, not Disney. He bought Lucasfilm in 2008. I think it was 2008 or 2005, if I remember right. So what? I don't know if the ESG was even a thing back then, but if it was, then well, we know now. But if it wasn't, then that's his fault. That's literally all his fault. I can't defend that. I don't even want to defend this man. I don't know this man. I don't want to defend anyone on that because like I'm tired of all these movies and these games just totally just screwing off. All right, man. I'm going to go ahead out. I'll be back later. If you're still no problem, bro. No problem, bro. Thank you for coming. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Later, Zoe. I appreciate you, my dude. That's crazy. I can't, like, I don't know. I think in my head that it makes no sense to, like, because if he had George Lucas's script that he gave him or had it and didn't use it, that's kind of dumb on his behalf. It would have made more sense to listen to the guy who made Star Wars. It would have made more sense to go with that instead of just doing your whole new thing because you're gonna probably retcon something, or it won't make much sense to characters to do X, Y, and Z. So like I don't know, like it's a strange thing. That's a strange situation. I don't know why he didn't do that. But then again, I don't think I think he did ignore it because if he didn't ignore it, which was odd, and he had the chance to use, because look at Marvel at the time when Iron Man was introduced and all that stuff. There was no woke messaging in those movies. Maybe there was a little subtlety of some stuff, but like it was not as prevalent as it is today. Back, especially in 2008, it was a different time in 2008. Like, you didn't have to worry about what you said and how you said it. Twitter just came around about, I think, around that time, or became popular around that time, I think. But, you know, it was not as bad as before. But, I don't know, that's a weird one. It's because they wanted to do their own thing, which is why I was so confused as to why he bought them in the... I understand why, because it was profitable. That was pretty much what he saw. It was just money. This is exactly what Ripper said. He said it's just old heads who are in a suit who just needs to make some money. And they tapped into a source that a lot of people didn't think was profitable because, you know, back in those times, or back in our time, when growing up, when Obama was around, people still kind of looked at video games as like, oh, that's for kids. It still had that stigma as like for kids. You know what I'm saying? Now video games are like in the forefront and more in the forefront because of, I guess, like people like Ninja and then Fortnite, and you know, because Fortnite's doing all these brand deals with all these different IPs and all that stuff, you know. Shit, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow if like Fortnite somehow manages to get the IP of like, or convince Square Enix to share their peoples with full Final Fantasy and fucking Sora and his friends, like from Kingdom Hearts. Like I wouldn't, and with Cloud and Sephiroth, I wouldn't be too surprised on that already. We like in 2008, if you were to tell people in 2008, look, bro, in 2023, you're gonna be playing a video game that is a battle royale that has Master Chief jumping in the air, shooting a bow and arrow at Rick Sanchez, as Rick Sanchez is reloading alongside Batman, as Batman is trying to snipe out Ariana Grande, and Ariana Grande is over there trying to fight, I don't know, Naruto, and then there's Goku. You know what I'm saying? You never thought this in your head 10 years plus ago till this point. That proves something to you, proves something right there, that something's seriously wrong in a sense. Like in a nutshell, back in 2008, that would sound extremely funny and yet cool at the same time. Now it's the most dreadful thing you can ever ask for anyone to have. Like, that's what I'm saying. I never said in my head, I'm going to play as Master Chief while fighting Ariana Grande. Like, what the hell? That is insane. I don't, like... Even saying that today still sounds insane as in itself. So, like, it's just old heads who, like what Ripper said, got money and then just used and tapped into a income source that they didn't think was a thing till it became really a thing. Goku solos Fortnite. You see what I'm saying? Like that. Like we never thought. We really didn't think that they was gonna go down this route. No one thought this in a trillion years. Like if you like when Fortnite first came out, you just thought it was just some generic ass game. Shit, we called it the PUBG clone. Let's just call for what it is. Like after they did the whole Battle Royale thing, because the first, I think the actual first game to do this was Minecraft, but then Minecraft got and then it was PUBG, and then anything else out there that was Fortnite that popularized it better than PUBG. What PUBG, and the creator of PUBG said it. He said if he only licensed or at least copyrighted the game mode, a lot of these companies would not be able to make all these battle royales. He said that in an interview. They almost likely do a One Piece collab for. Yes, I'm not, bro. You're not wrong. I am behind you on that completely. I wouldn't be surprised if they made a One Piece deal. They already made a Transformers deal. I wouldn't be surprised if they just dropped the One Piece thing just out of nowhere. It would be odd if they didn't. But then again, I don't think they can now because I'm pretty sure they have a contract in a certain amount of time when something's being promoted, like Transformers. Because I think what Hasbro was kind of they went with Hasbro because it's like a more recognized company, and like Transformers is more, I wouldn't say more recognized than One Piece, but I'm talking about in the West. So they probably ran with Transformers because they did that whole Transformers collab thing with Optimus Prime. So I wouldn't that's the only reason why they probably didn't do the One Piece thing, because they didn't think it was gonna be as profitable, which is weird because most of their most of their latest brand deals was between anime. It was the first one was, I think it was Dragon Ball, then it was Naruto, and then it was My Hero Academia, and then after that it was Attack on Titan. Right? It was just anime. After the next, it was just anime. Because they realized that anime nerds will pay for those skins. Oda thinks that, okay, you notice the pattern with these things. Oda thinks that this is his last chance to get One Piece worldwide, so hell, probably want it on. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. They put Luffy, Zoro. I'm pretty sure will be the lineup. If right now if Fortnite does do a deal with One Piece, it'll be Luffy, obviously, Zoro second, Nami third, and fourth probably Sanji, or Robin. I don't even think they'll put Usopp like that. Usopp is popular, but I don't think he's as popular as Sanji. And given that we're talking about the movie, they're not gonna put Chopper in there, and they're not gonna put Robin. Oddly enough, they're not gonna put Robin. They're gonna just put the main four right now, or five. So maybe they'll just drop those five because there's just five of them. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to just put, and I don't know if they're going to make the movie version of them because that'll be lame as hell, which I don't think they will do. But then again, it's like, it's going to be Nami, definitely, because they have to have a female in there because ESG. So Nami, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, probably Usopp. But because Usopp looks like a person of color, which he is being played by someone of color, they're definitely going to have him there, probably override him over Sanji. I know for a fact if they don't put Zoro in there, the One Piece fans will be livid. They will be livid. Because they'll be like, what? You didn't put Zoro in there? You know what memes I would have made on Fortnite for him getting lost? You know what I'm saying? Like, they would look at it that way. I bought all those skins. I bought all those skins. Yo, chill. It says, I want Usopp more than Sanji. Not gonna lie. Then okay, a variant would be sick. Yeah. 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 But I doubt, but I think, honestly, if they were to put any other character in there from the Straw Hat crew, I think they might throw Shanks in there. If they throw Shanks in there, One Piece fans will actually lose their mind. They actually got Shanks in there, and I don't even think he probably is in the show, or they might put Buggy in there because of the movie. I mean, not movie, because of the Netflix movie. I mean, show. They might put Buggy in there, probably. the ones I think is not, I don't think it's gonna be Usopp, but it's gonna be Usopp. These are the 3 I doubt will be in it, but Usopp, Buggy, and Shanks. And I don't even think it's gonna be like more mature Shanks, maybe like young Shanks when he just sailed off from Luffy and gave him his hat. Perhaps. I don't think so, but then again, that's that's a stretch. They always add one villain sometimes. Yeah, so it has to be Buggy. If so, maybe that really fat lady from the very first episode, perhaps, but I really doubt that. I don't think they're gonna put her in there, but because of the ESG, probably. I doubt it, but that's a big stretch on that one. I'm not gonna lie. That's a giant stretch. That's a giant stretch because she is in the Netflix version, but I don't think they're gonna make her as grotesque like in the anime. I really doubt it. I don't think they will because feminists. Like they're not gonna make her unsightly. They're just gonna make her rude. I think that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna just make her really rude, but I don't think they're gonna make her unsightly like they did in the anime. Chopper back bling would go hard. It would go hard, but I don't think they're gonna throw Chopper in there. It would be that'll be a hard stretch. That's a harder stretch than the 3 that I even mentioned. Because since he's not in the movie, apparently as they show it, he's not in the movie, and because maybe they didn't want, because Netflix probably think we'll just do the first technical arc before we bring Chopper in because we don't know how this is going to end out, which I think, in my own opinion, like I don't think they should be going this hard with the movie, with all the cameo, with all the marketing they're doing for the Netflix thing, because like when there's a lot of hype around something like One Piece to be live action, something doesn't feel right, because like, don't get me wrong, I like the trailer. The trailer is pretty good for One Piece live action, and they try to be as, I'm not gonna lie, they try to bring that Marvel quippiness with Luffy, which I don't really like too much, because Luffy is kind of like, he's not slow, but he's not quippy like that. So like having him say quippy things is gonna be annoying, I think, as character, because, and like him saying all, like he said 2 things. Like the one thing when Zoro and Nami wasn't having a disagreement or something, and he said he feels tension between the crew. I'm like, that's not something Luffy would say. That's something Luffy will laugh at and move the hell on with. Like if he heard his like, if that was a real like situation with Luffy, I don't think Luffy will say that. I think Luffy would just laugh it off or just ignore it, because he's very nonchalant like that. You know what I'm saying? And then when he said to Zoro back at the prison, he was like, all good fighters shout out their fighting moves. I'm like, I don't like where this is going. Like the casting's not, they don't look bad as the cast. It's just, I don't like that. I don't like where that's going, because it's coming off as Marvel-esque. Like they're trying to get that Marvel quippiness, and that has dried up pretty fast with Kevin Feige. They always add one villain. Chopper. Like, I don't know. I don't know. But I don't think they should hype up this show as best as they can. I think they should do is hype up the trailer, but I don't think they should hype up the actors, because this could be the beginning of the end for their careers. Because you see what happened to what do you call it? Cowboy Bebop. That was a train wreck. That was a train wreck. And then Dragon Ball Evolution, but that was not taken seriously. Let's just be honest. That was not taken seriously at all. So I'm not even going to add that in the same category. That was just not taken serious. People just ran with the IP because they had the IP. That's it. But like, I was just about to say that. So like, I don't know. In my honest opinion, I don't think I don't think it's a good idea to hype up these people's careers like this. Like they're like, "Oh, look, it's One Piece," because they did that whole like interview of like, "Oh, how is it like to play Luffy and stuff like that?" I'm like, dude, can we not do this after the ratings of what people say of this show? Because if you're hyping up before the show is like even aired, that's not a good sign. I don't think that's a good sign. It showed that you care, I guess, Netflix. But then again, you guys don't have the best track record when keeping things consistent. So like maybe we should play it safe and not play this game where we're hyping up like we did the greatest thing ever when you guys have cardinally sinned against every live action adaptation so far when it comes to anime. Full Metal Alchemist, Cowboy Bebop. Uh, I don't think that was Netflix's fault. It was Ghost in the Shell. I'm saying like it's just mm-mm. Maybe we should play the conservative route on this one and just push only the trailers. That's it. Don't do no interviews. Don't talk about the thing. No, because what's going to happen is we're going to say how great these people are, and then when it's terrible, we're going to turn on them like bad. It's got to turn. It's got to be a bloodbath after that. It's going to be bad. So it makes no sense. God, Dragon Ball Evolution is just the worst. It is abysmal to watch. It like even rewatching it, like it's like Dragon Ball Evolution is so bad. It's not good. It's not so bad that it's good that you can watch and laugh. It's literally if you watch it, even if you've seen it and watch it again, the secondhand cringe just literally sits in your chest. It literally sits in your chest. It hurts. It is not a great feeling at all to have. The cringe is real. The CGI is terrible. The story makes virtually no sense. And then they actually thought that this show was going to get a sequel. This movie was going to get a sequel at the far end. They really thought this. It must feel really awkward every time when you see Piccolo wake up at the far end of the movie. Ghost in the Shell live action could have could have actually worked. You're right. It would have worked because it has that Blade Runner thing going for it. So it's not like it's and it's usually based in reality, right? It's pretty based in reality, in a reality that we're walking towards, like Cyberpunk 2077. Well, I want to say exactly the same with the whole like if we're talking about the anime like Edge Runners, I don't think it's gonna be exactly like that, but it's gonna be very close in the future wise, right? This dystopian type world that we're walking towards, which seems pretty inevitable at this point, but like that could have worked, but they just screwed it up with pretty much the casting. Like it was not that serious to have someone like um Scarlett Johansson. I think Scarlett Johansson. I think her name. I think their name. The lady who played Black Widow. I didn't think it was that serious. You shouldn't have asked her. You should actually ask a real Asian woman because it's actually set in Japan and says that the lady is Japan. I mean Japan. She's Japanese, but they try to play it off like she's Japanese, but she's just in a different body type nonsense, which really probably didn't go well with fans at all when they first heard that shit. That probably made them really angry. You couldn't pick any attractive, like they couldn't pick any attractive looking Asian woman, American Asian woman that is in the business. You couldn't just pick one. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of them. And even if there was not like no known actor like that, just getting a new actor would probably set enough of a buzz because like it's Ghost in the Shell, right? So like it's like bring up Akira, right? And then it's being played by Asian actors. You're gonna watch it because it's Akira and it's set in Neo Tokyo. I'm not gonna watch Akira because it's being played by what's his name? The dude who's in Titanic. What's his name? Like Scarlett Johansson, but she just didn't look right. even if you ignore the fact that she is, yeah, like, yeah, if you, like, it just didn't work. And the only reason why they asked Scarlett Johansson, and let's just be honest, is just because she was currently in the Avengers. So they thought, oh, if she was in the Avengers and it made $1 billion, dollars at the time, at because I think that was a little after Avengers 1, or at least Age of Ultron. Either either after or either after Avengers 1 or after Age of Ultron, either one of those two. And they said, okay, she's a Ray action star and she's female, so let's just throw her in there and just change up the script for for that very reason. So they was banking on her appearance to make money when it didn't, which was the dumbest thing you can ever probably do. Listen, I'm not for the whole woke nonsense and characters should play because they happen to be X, Y, and Z, but it makes sense because of the setting and where it's placed in. And I'm saying, I didn't make much of a fuss that Goku wasn't Asian because I know it was made by an Asian artist, Arthur Akira Toriyama, but just because Goku is from space doesn't make him technically Asian. You know what I'm saying? That a lot of people don't like hearing that, but it's true. He's not him from another planet. The likelihood of him being Asian from another planet, galaxies away, to Earth, to land on Asia, is highly unlikely. Just like how Superman most likely wouldn't be white either. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't. Well, I'm not sure he wouldn't be white. It's just that the likelihood of him being white, dropping into, I don't know, Kansas of all places, or Europe. Let's just say America or Europe. What if Africa? You know what I'm saying? The likelihood of that happening will be unlikely. Maybe he would have been like. Let me see. He looks white. That's all. Yeah, he looks white. That's all. Because like, if you stop and think about it, like the Superman, the TV show Superman that's currently playing, I think Lois and Superman, is played by a Hispanic actor, right? They never mentioned him being Hispanic in the show. They just we just presume that he's white because Superman. But like usually, I think about three or two people who are Hispanic has played Superman live action before. It was, I think, the current guy who's from Teen Wolf, and the second one is from the Flashpoint from the Age of Tomorrow universe / Arrowverse, Flash Arrowverse. It's one of those things where an alien race just looks the same as humans. Yeah. So like, for instance, Goku's pretty fair skin, light skin, or whatever case may be. Oh, fair skin, like almost white. So that's why I didn't really make a fuss that the guy who played in Dragon Ball Evolution was white. Like everyone else should have been Asian. Like Lois. Bulma, for some odd reason, was white. That was odd. The only only two Asian people was Yamcha and Master Roshi. And what makes it even worse, Master Roshi wasn't all that old. He was just some guy. That's it. Who just happened to be living on a house in the middle of a city that is in a crater for like no reason. I forgot what was the issue on that, but they never really established that. I don't think they did. They just kind of went with it because it's in the future. So, dude, bro's literally living like the old man from Up. He's literally living in this like situation where he's just in this small house in this city. Weird. Like the Time Lords in Doctor Who. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, it is what it is, though. It sucks, but it is what it is. So that's why, for me, that's why I'm not hyping up the One Piece thing. I'm not hyping it up till I see the fucking show, because if it's abysmal, well, those people are going to look really stupid on their behalf. And Netflix is going to lose a lot of money. Because remember, they announced there was going to be a season 2 for Cowboy Bebop because people hate watched it. They thought that was good enough, but people was complaining of how terrible it was. But this was Netflix. This is where I kind of question how the hell did Velma still get greenlit? But then again, that's HBO Max. They probably don't care. They just don't care. And David Zaslav probably said, it don't matter. He probably don't care either. Because if David Zaslav cared about Scooby-Doo and sat there and looked at this, he would be like, what the hell is this? Wait, there's another season coming? Yes, there's another. Yes. So, like, okay. So, there was a season for Cowboy Bebop that was coming, but that got canceled because Netflix. But for Velma, there is another season coming still. You can look it up right now. It was not canceled. Because people hate watch it so much that somehow Mindy Kaling somehow got another season. She managed to get another season. This is partly our fault for watching it to just make, like, for a bunch of YouTubers to make content on it. Let's just say that, but I don't think the second season will get as much love as before. Oh, not love, much as hate as before. What's going to happen is no one's just not going to watch it. I think that's what's going to happen this time. Because every YouTuber under the sun, small and big, has talked about this show badly. No redeeming qualities of this show whatsoever. There's none. There's nothing about it that has redeeming qualities at all. There's nothing great about it. Like, I couldn't watch. I had to watch reviews to know what the hell was going on because I tried to watch episode 1 and I couldn't get past even 15 minutes of it. I couldn't get past it. It was that and I'm not trying to be exaggerating. I could not get past it. It was just that bad. I could not do it for the death of me. I could not do it. So I decided to just, I would just watch reviews and what people say. It at least made it more digestible to get it out of the way, but also was hard to listen to. Oh, I thought you meant no. There was going to be a second season, but they canceled that shit so fast after the announcement. Like, they made the announcement that was a season 2, and then they just said, "Nah, not doing that," because it was just too much. I think a bunch of actors the actors did too much damage, and I'm not even blaming the males. It was mostly the females, for some odd reason, had the most to say to argue with fans on Twitter. I don't know what possessed celebrities to do this, especially female celebrities. I don't know what causes them to think to argue with some people on Twitter is not going to go well for you. It's best just to stay quiet and don't say nothing. Because no matter what you say, especially if you're already getting flack for it, it's not going to make them stop. If anything, they're going to just troll you. That's just literally a given. Once they can see that you can get under your skin, they're just going to bother you from that point on. I wouldn't be surprised if they're still bothering that woman up to this day who played Faye. I wouldn't be surprised. You know what's funny? I think Keanu Reeves said he wanted to play a long time ago. He said if there was a Cowboy Bebop movie, he wanted to play a Spike Spiegel. Netflix really fucked that one up. Given that this man is John Wick. John fucking Wick. You passed up this old Asian guy for... Remember, I think if I remember right, I think Keanu Reeves is half Asian. Or some form of Asian. So that still could have worked with the whole, like, ethnicity situation. I think he's part Asian. I think he's Chinese or something. Some part Chinese. I think his mom was British and his dad was Asian or something like that. I was going to watch only if Scooby-Doo was in it, but nope. Nope, he's not in it. Actually, Scooby was mentioned in it, but in a most in the most stupidest way ever. Scooby was mentioned, but not as the form as the dog, but as a allegory for something. Literally. Scooby, the term Scooby is an allegory for something that she was chasing after. I forgot, or some crap. And since Shaggy is, I don't know, a simp or something, I don't think he's getting a dog anytime soon. Given what I've seen and heard of this individual, it's just bad. It is just, wow. They really. This is the weird thing I don't understand. I understand why they made Shaggy black because of the whole ESG thing, but why make him into this sympathetic loser? Like, I don't understand this. What was the winning of that? Make the black guy look bad? Like, I kind of get the whole why they made Fred terrible, because, you know, they have to seem woke as hell and go after white guys every 5 seconds, but like, which I don't understand what that does anything for anyone, but they made Shaggy and a total, like, just a loser. Like, why? Yeah, allegory? Acronym? Yeah, acronym, I mean. This an allegory? I mean, acronym. They should have made this design look more Shaggy-like. Yeah, they should have, but he's everything opposite from the Shaggy we know. Like, he's everything opposite. He's not funny. He's very annoying. He's just a simp. I'm sorry to say, but he is. For Velma, for some odd reason, he has a crush on Velma, which I don't know why anyone will like Velma. No one likes Velma. I don't understand this. I like no one likes Velma, but he's the one who does. It is the weirdest thing ever. No, I understand. Everyone likes Velma, the original OG Velma. We all know who Velma is. We like Velma, that Velma. But the Mindy Kaling Velma, it's literally a self-insert. Like, that's what this show is. It's a self-insert of Mindy Kaling's hatred towards, I guess white guys, and because a white guy probably rejected her in high school. That's what everyone's assuming. That's the assumption. The reason why this show exists is because mainly Cindy Kaling was probably rejected by a white guy she really liked, and because the white guy didn't receive her feelings in the way that she wanted, this is her way of getting after, like, white guys in general. So, you know, that's pretty much what that is. Because if you watch this show, Mindy Kaling's Velma does very contradictional she does a really opposite things from what she'll say how terrible white guys are, but she'll try to get with Fred, who she knows is a terrible white guy, as she claims. He's an idiot, but like it is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Like, it's the most. It's that one girl you know who. It's like, okay, it's Mindy Kaling's Velma. It's like the girl you know who goes for terrible men and say how all men are terrible, but she keeps dating terrible men. Like, on purpose. Almost like on purpose. No, it is on purpose. I ain't gonna say almost. And then she'll group men in the same situation as all of them are terrible. Which is weird. When majority of them has not done nothing to her. And most of the time, they're just being lumped in because the current guy you like don't like you like that. Or if he does like you, for obvious reasons, that's your fault. To falling for that and not reading the social cues. Not from the show, though. Not gonna lie, self-inserts are kind of lame, especially when you inject into a pre-existing. Yes, thank you. See, like this is what I think this is what most YouTubers has figured out, and I think I come to that conclusion too. The Scooby Doo IP, the Scooby the Velma show that everyone doesn't like was probably an actual show, actual other animated show, but because they know that their nonsense isn't funny, they said, you know what, this is not gonna work if we made this original with ourselves, like with a different art style and a different show as a new IP. So what we're gonna do is take a current living IP that we know that people recognize and put it on and put our stupid jokes in our story mode, our story into this in this current IP that just happens to fall in this genre. So we can say what we want and also call it a mystery show, which is not anything close to that. If anything, it's the most lamest thing to a mystery show. And see where that goes. That's what they did. They just took a existing IP. What the? No. No. What's happening? Wait. Hold on. It's saving. Hold on. Okay. Oh, Jesus, that was weird. They took like an existing property and then just ran with it. And then expect people to watch because IP. Not even for your show. That's really bad. I wonder why DC greenlit the show. I tell you. Like, I just don't have faith in like a lot of like shows anymore because like show like the like for instance the comic book industry is terrible. Self-inserts and a lot of like messaging nonsense. Like I think the worst self-insert type show comic book I've heard so far that has taken the cake from this woke nonsense is the Spider-Man in the Spider-Woman in the wheelchair. Disabled Spider-Woman. Are you kidding me? Like, it's literally a disabled Spider-Man, but is a woman who happens to be in a wheelchair. And she shoots webs through her canes. Like, she sits in a wheelchair, and when she's not in a wheelchair, she swings around with these webs that shoot from the canes. She don't shoot webs from her hands. She don't have organic webbing. Her legs don't work. She doesn't do flips and stuff. From her, okay, it's a cane. You know how some people like, okay, so you know when someone has like MS, or someone who had a accident. I'm not talking about the crutches that people use when they literally broke their leg. It's literally like a crutch cane, but it's like black. It's like I call it a cane because it's like a cane you can like lean on, which I don't know how this works because it's like the canes are kind of like yeah, I hear you. Is this no, I don't think so. I haven't seen Spider-Verse, but I really doubt that they're going to even have that character in the background. It was written by some black lady who happens to claim that she's disabled, but she's not in a wheelchair. So that's what makes it weird even more. She just put someone who is disabled and happens to be part of the LGBT. She's part of the LGBT, she's disabled, so she wrote a character that's LGBT disabled but just happens to be white. But seems like she's a self-insert by default anyway. So I don't know. Like it's I don't know. I really don't know. I really doubt it's in Spider-Verse. I would doubt that highly. I wouldn't even try to even bet you on that. I wouldn't be surprised. And I know they're not gonna put their not most hated Spider-Man on in front or even in center. I don't even think in back. I don't even think they'll put them in there. You can try look, but I really doubt you're gonna find a paraplegic Spider-Man woman sitting in a chair in Spider-Verse. I really doubt that one. You can look it up. You can really type in disabled Spider-Man in on YouTube. The sad thing is, if you were to hear this 10 years ago about a disabled Spider-Man running around in a wheelchair, you'd think it was a SNL skit. You would literally thought that was an SNL skit, but that is a thing. That is real. That is not good.
Then we have the whole issue where they're gonna have to buy Hulu from Comcast. Their rest of their share, their 1/3 of the share, and all that going on. So he's probably going to argue that he can't leave right now because all the stuff going on at the company. We've been telling you this is probably going on because it's been months and there has been no movement on a replacement for him. They had talked originally about his replacement. All talk of that ceased, like when the layoffs started. You didn't hear much of anything about that. And now there's a rumor going on, and this comes from, I got it from Charles Gasparino, that people close to Disney tell Fox Business that Bob Iger is likely to seek a contract extension beyond his current one, which is expiring in December 2024, as the company giant faces hurdles in finding a successor. No, there's plenty of qualified people out there. Iger just doesn't want to let go of it. More on that in our interview, and he talks about this later. But what I noticed was a thing going on was I saw this Motley Fool article. Is Disney's Bob Iger running out of time? Yeah, technically he is, but he's going to try to find a way to stay in there, and I think that's a big mistake on Disney's part. A lot of the decisions that have led to Disney's downfall were on Bob Iger. Chapek was in there for a little while, but a lot of the stuff was greenlit under Iger, and it just now is coming to fruition. A lot of the movie choices and the things they're bombing at the box office, a lot of them were held over, like Indiana Jones, were under Bob Iger. The insistence on doubling down on Kathleen Kennedy and the Star Wars stuff, that was Bob Iger. The Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel, Bob Iger. You know, these are all Bob Iger's choices. And if I were the board, I'd be like, you know what? No, we really need to find somebody else because you done screwed up. So according to the Motley Fool, the CEO isn't going to get the job done by end of 2024. No, he's not. You're correct. He's not. It's been nearly 8 months since he returned, and the clock keeps ticking. He was brought back on a 2-year contract, but it's becoming fairly clear that Iger doesn't have enough time to turn things around by the end of 2024. I would argue Iger has, he did the layoffs, but other than that, he hasn't done jack shit to turn things around. I think that he's deliberately taking his sweet old time, so he gets a contract extension. He's gonna argue that Christine McCarthy left, and that she might have left for health concerns. I know her husband was put in a long-term care facility. It is possible. The people that were at Disney that were interviewed, were sources, had said that there wasn't any indication that she seemed like she was going to leave. I think she might be getting out because she sees the writing on the wall, or she got tired of people not listening to her, or they forced her out. Who knows? But they're going to be like, we have to replace her now. And this person, and this is that Ricky Menarez, whatever. He's usually Rick, whatever. He's one of the ones that kissed Disney's rear end. He's like, I predicted back in December that Iger would negotiate contract extension in 2023. I've been saying it too because I didn't at first, but when it became more and more obvious he was doing nothing to fix the problem or to find a successor, it's become clear, and we've mentioned it in other videos just the last couple months, that we think he's not going to go because he's not doing anything. They're talking about Disney stock is down 3% since his arrival was announced. Yes, okay. It is down. It's down a lot. It's down 3% since he was announced. Here's the thing. It had dropped. When he came back, it had dropped, and then it went back up, and now it's dropping again. So it's still staying in that same range because you can see the lowest that it had been was 84.07, and I'm pretty sure that was somewhere around the time that he was coming back. So they're like, oh, it's only dropped 3%. No, it's considerably more. It's gone up to over $100 and some dollars, to 111, and it's back down to $88. So no, it's been more than 3%. It's been highs and lows, and every time they do some other stupid move, it drops again. So 3% since he's been announced coming back is very misleading because it did go up and then it's crashed a couple times with his choices and him being back. So that's not exactly true. I would argue. In sharp contrast, general market that is up 11% in that time. An Iger extension at this point wouldn't be a sign that he's doing a great job in getting Disney on track. No, it wouldn't be because he's not doing anything. It'd be a mission that 2 years was never going to be enough time to get the market excited about the company again. It wasn't. But again, why is the company failing? People aren't going to the parks because it's too expensive. People despise Genie Plus. Iger.
He's saying
He
Genie Plus.
He walked back the parking at the hotel, but he hasn't really walked back the prices. He's brought back annual passes again, and he brought back Disney dining surprisingly without much of an increase. You know, they did get rid of some of the things you get. So I was expecting.
Okay, now I'm not crazy. She's saying Genie Plus. I don't know why,
but there's
but
a lot of things that are not working for them. Star Wars, the Galactic Star Cruiser, Marvel.
is that her way of not saying the name?
We're greenlit under Iger, Lightyear, all that Iger. Okay, so a lot of the things I would argue that are falling off a cliff. Of course, it's going to take more than 2 years to fix it. It took him more than 2 years to fucking ruin it. I would argue that he's a bad choice and we need somebody else in there. But the company's probably going to be too afraid to switch it out at this point. Because
you're not technically wrong, lady.
Maybe picking somebody else might boost it up. It's not fair to pin the stock slump on Iger. No, it's fair. It's fair to pin a lot of it on Iger. Weakness in the ad market is a macro matter. Yes, weakness in the ad market is happening. We've mentioned it several times. But you're losing subs on Disney Plus, okay? Your ad-supported tiers for Disney Plus and Hulu and that aren't doing well. That's a market-wide issue. But Disney Plus and all that is not doing well in general. It is losing subscribers. Hulu losing subscribers. The problem is, too, they have to now buy out Comcast, which is a whole nother expense. The animated features that are flopping at the local multiplex were in motion long before his return to the helm. Yes, dumbass, except he's the one who agreed with a lot of this shit. Oh my god. It's not Iger's fault they're feeling. They're not feeling since he's returned, and that wasn't him. Yeah, it was. It was him. He greenlit most of this stuff. Dude wasn't even gone that long. Where the heck? How long do you think it takes to make an animated movie, Motley Fool? You sure have put the fool in Motley Fool. This is most definitely on Iger. It's not his fault. Like, yeah. The seeds of the early time of theme parks were planted long ago.
Hey, Ann, what's up? Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it.
Don't have the money, and there's a recession coming.
Yeah, that's gonna suck for a lot of people.
Person for the job. Set aside the stock's performance for now, and if an initial report card merits a passing grade. No, it doesn't. You literally failed, caused the damage, came back, and now you're saying you deserve a passing grade?
No.
This time?
No.
He has made turning Disney Plus profitable at the end of 2024 a priority. Ironic, considering when he announced Disney Plus, it always was 2024 was the year of profitability. That was Iger's timeline. It was going to be profitable in 2024. That's what he told people when he announced it. It was Iger's own timeline. Oh, he's going to double down on making that happen. It was his own idea in the first place. It was his own timeline in the first place. Whose ass are you blowing the sunshine up because you're full of it? Anybody who pays attention can see right through this. It's a cornerstone of the $5.5 billion in annual savings. Yeah, you cut a lot of the bloat. You cut a lot of jobs. You know why there's a lot of redundancies? Funny story. There's a lot of redundancies and bloat because Bob Iger bought Fox. Guess who paid $70 billion for Pig in the Poke? Oh yeah, Bob Iger. God.
Pig in the what?
Savings. They cut a lot of entertainment to save money. Yeah, because they had too much going on.
Wait, Pig in the what? What the fuck is that?
And they need to consolidate more. And a big part of it was because they have too many divisions, and a lot of it was because they bought Fox. And they're doing Disney Plus, and then they're doing Hulu. They're trying to consolidate it all now. But this was all Iger. He has made life easier for theme park enthusiasts. How? How has he made it easier? He has restored some perks. Oh, the perks. He restored the perks. You mean the free parking at the hotels that he took away in the first place? That perk? He restored the perk he took away.
Wait, what?
What are you talking about? Because we don't have Fast Pass Plus anymore.
Are you serious?
Bob Iger. What perks are you referring to? Okay? Without sacrificing the
He took it away and then put it right back? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Releases because they're going to do shit.
Oh my god.
Dates around to put more things in there. Like they were trying to put the new Star Wars movies in there, and they were moving it for other reasons. It wasn't because we got to push them back because they're not going to do well right now. No, that's nothing to do with it. And even if push it, I'd argue even if you push it back another year, it's still going to suck. You could push Indiana Jones back another year, it still would have bombed. Marvels, don't hold your breath. My hand doesn't quite reach to cover my ass. It's not going to work. And it doesn't matter if you move it back another year. I would argue you move things back too many times.
Damn, Geeky was you an ass.
What's the slate? People are like things are gonna get canceled. I agree with that. Things aren't gonna perform should be canceled.
But ass with you.
Canceled. Just put on Disney Plus or whatever. But they're doing this stuff with Disney Plus too, where they had spent all this money on movies, and then they pulled them. Like the Willow with Kathleen Kennedy, and then the whole thing with Crater, and they pulled that. A lot of the stuff greenlit under Bob Iger. But no, it's not his fault, guys. He came back to give you back the stuff he took away in the first place.
I wonder what CEOs actually do. Like when you get to that point, what do you do?
Has to be humbled at this point.
Like I always want. You ever wonder that? Like once you're a CEO of something, like a business or a company, and you're making all that money, what do you do? Do you just go to meetings? At that point, is that all you do? Just you do meetings? Because you probably have a math guy who does all the math now. Like a math secretary person, whatever. You pay them to do the math. So you're not like you're sitting there all night doing math and stuff. You probably have a computer does that now. AI wise. Like what do you do as I always wonder that. Like you got CEO, you get the title CEO. What do you do? Are you just now a glorified mascot from this point, and you just go to some meetings or something like that, and you talk to some and make a few deals with a few like companies or something? I don't know. Like I don't know how that works. Because the way that CEOs always presented, they seem like they're just kind of like there. I would like to see that. I would like to see that in action. I would love to see that in action because, like, I don't know what they do other than just being rich and then kind of like being the headpiece, the mouthpiece for the company. I always wondered that.
For Thanksgiving has faltered. Yeah. Iger agreeing to a mere 2-year deal suggests that he misunderstood the severity of the assignment. No, he didn't misunderstand. He didn't misunderstand. The brand has fallen far as a result of spurred.
Dude misunderstood the severity of the next assignment.
I do agree that Iger wouldn't have been dumb enough to do what Chapek did. He wouldn't have stayed out of it. He wouldn't have said one thing and changed it. I agree. However, mismanaged political fisticuffs. Iger could have gone to DeSantis at any point in time and had a discussion and been like, hey, you know what? Sorry about the other Bob. I'm back now. What can we do? Let's work something out. Could have done that.
Could have done that. Yeah. Could have did that.
Welcome to come see me. He could have hauled ass down there.
Yep.
Didn't. Okay.
He did not.
Mediocrity, mismanaged. There was mediocrity and mismanaged stuff before Iger left, which is why Disney is in the place it is now. This doesn't just happen in like a year or two. Gosh, I can't even with this dipshit. Iger came in rolling up his sleeves. Now he realizes he might need a new shirt instead. Yeah, because the one he was wearing before he left is the same one I put back on, and it was covered with shit both times. There's a lot at stake, of course. Disney continues to be the world's leading operator of theme parks. Well, not really. They're losing quickly. Now, different theme parks like Universal are starting to eke out Disney theme parks in the top rankings list, okay? That's not necessarily the case. It's a bad time. Plus, you have Universal coming, Epic Universe, where they're bringing in, Nintendo. They can get Pokemon, they're totally fucked. They're bringing in, like the whole Paris branch, and then they're going to have the Ministry of Magic and all that. They're bringing all that in. They're bringing Universal Monsters in, and by the way, it looks pretty darn awesome. There's going to be a dark ride. It's going to be flipping cool. They're bringing all this stuff in. They're bringing a whole new park. And all you hear from Disney is, we say we're going to spend $17 billion in the next 10 years in Florida. But this number magically appeared out of nowhere after, DeSantis, went after them. Then they suddenly were going to spend this money when they're trying to be like, well, in your face, we're going to spend money, and now we're not. Nuh-uh. You aren't going to spend the money. I don't think you have it. You, as a company that has $17 billion lying around to spend on Walt Disney World, isn't going to need to cut $5.5 billion in entertainment funding for their Disney Plus and restructuring. If they had that $5.5 billion was going to make or break them, and they're balking and having to pay Comcast for Hulu, you think they're going to have $17 billion to go just dump into Walt Disney World to compete? No.
Nope.
I
No.
think it's because I can see through bullshit. This guy's just shoveling as fast as I can talk about it. They're talking about subscriber growth that's recently stalled at Disney Plus, but just building out a premium streaming service to a 9-figure base of subscribers in less than 4 years is a stunning accomplishment. Every time he points out there's a problem, it's followed by, but Disney, let me suck your asshole harder.
Okay, can you please?
I can't shit. But 9-figure base of subscribers. No, there's some questions with that anyway. They got a 9-figure base because you had Chapek doing the Hail Mary where everybody had to be rolled into the Disney Plus Hulu ESPN thing to save their ass. You have people that were doing the free subscriptions. You've had Disney do promotion to promotion to promotion. Disney Plus for $2 if you buy Hulu. Ridiculous promotions, trying desperately to get those numbers up. They didn't just get it because they were that good. And now people are mad because they promised the whole back catalog. It's not there. They're taking breakdowns, right and left, no pun intended. They're like trying to get rid of content to get extra money back. They're offloading content onto places like Tubi. Fantastic, dude. Any media stock in the market is ignoring.
Oh my god.
That's the loudest one that has gone silent.
Are you kidding?
Mine from pixie dust. Oh, that's okay. You're providing plenty of it. In fact, that's the mine very far. He just goes up your ass.
Okay, you gotta stop talking about this ass thing. You're gonna be in trouble, bitch.
What becomes his legacy if he hangs up his mouse here before the job's done? I would argue Disney's in the shithole it is because of Bob Iger's legacy. Bob Iger has to go out there and be the fucking Borg, overspending, misappropriating, not handling these new IPs with the respect they deserve, just trying to mine them from pixie dust and money, has cost them. His legacy is not what he thought it was going to be. And I don't think it's going to take to 2025 for him to fix it. There ain't no fixing that bullshit. There's just not. You should invest $1,000 in Walt Disney right now. God, here, come listen to us for best stock tips.
It must really suck for anyone who has stocks in Disney right now.
Disney right now. No, just wait
Oh my god, that must suck so much. Imagine having stocks in Disney right now. Oh my gosh.
For Hulu, it's gonna drop. When more box office movies come out,
oh god.
If Iger says he's extending his contract, it might go up, but I don't know why. Anybody who has half a brain should be able to figure out that that's a bad idea. I'm sorry to.
I think if I were to buy stocks right now, I think I would be into Apple.
Ask history. I mean, does he think that
I think Apple would be a great choice for like a stock.
I can't. Stop peeing on
And
my
probably
shoes.
Microsoft.
You're so full of crap.
Because so far they haven't done too much nonsense that you don't want to deal with them.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Help support the channel. Go to thereef.support and get early access to podcasts, videos, and other content. Someone just got the new DQ cake batter cookie dough blizzard. All that DQ soft serve cake batter flavor, confetti cookie dough pieces, and signature sprinkles. Dad, you said you'd wait until you got home before digging in.
I never said that.
Pretty sure you did. Oh, cue the confetti. That's cold. Because the new DQ cake batter cookie dough blizzard won't be here forever. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good. Get it.
Meet Avocado's Eco-Organic Mattress. Avocado's most affordable certified organic mattress, delivering back-loving support and award-winning comfort. starting at just $6.99. Get yours today at avocadomattress.com.
Did you say avocado mattress? What the hell? Just avocado mattresses? I just now realized. I was like, wait, what? It didn't hit me till I just actually paid attention to what she said. I was like, wait, what?
Pixar, we're going to talk about how they're trying to win back their audience, but it's really interesting. There was this article put out on Insider, and the guy who wrote the article is getting all kinds of backlash. But he's basically saying that the head of Pixar, current head of Pixar, Pete Docter, was not as tough on the quality as John Lasseter, and a lot of people at Pixar right now are like, well, we finally got free of John Lasseter, and we're going to turn things around, guys. And meanwhile, like every movie post John Lasseter has been a bomb.
Well, I don't think it's just John Lasseter being gone. I think Disney Plus also, because they were like doing these contests that were there. Like, you do what you do, you fam, and make your own shorts up to go. We need content in Disney Plus. And they were focused on that. They were focused on multiple different little things, and they weren't always focused completely on the big things. And then people were allowed to do whatever they wanted. So, you know, the stories reflect that. Where Elemental is pretty, and I guess they used AI to do the effects on the characters to make them look like fire or water.
That's AI doing that? Oh, God.
Pretty, but the story is kind of like really a dud. And I think that's what's going on, is you have these people who aren't, they have the storytelling, the different, what are they, how many things of storytelling from Pixar?
Yeah.
And they clearly aren't using those anymore, nor have they been.
Those were John Lasseter.
Right. So I think he enforced that.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so
Oh,
we're
God.
talk about this. And look, there are people making their opinions.
You guys didn't use what John Lasseter was doing? Oh, my God. And you just ignored that? Oh, my God.
How come you're allowed to say someone's a womanizer if you're not allowed to say groomer?
Okay, so as far as John Lasseter's concerned, for those of you who are not aware of why he got gone, they said he was too touchy-feely with some people working at Pixar. The thing is, people know.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell? Dude, bro, I don't get this. Like, it's like every time when the original person who, or not original person, but the person who was in charge, like, is that new? Is that new? I don't know. I'll see that later. When the original person who was in charge when things was going smoothly gets put away because of situations, when they bring new people, they ignore what the original person was doing and just try to do a whole new thing, and thing goes left. What the hell?
He might not be a saint. He might be difficult to work for. There might be some people at work that don't like him. But they were basically waiting for an opportunity to get rid of him so they could do whatever the hell they wanted to do.
Well, what I'm just saying is, if you're going to use that as your argument, then you have to apply that evenly to other people who do things that are, or support things that are questionable.
So let's talk about this. I think Pixar is broken at this point. And I think the next big shock, because they were shocked that they basically went direct to streaming, your stapler is being moved. I think the next big shock is when they merge Disney Animation Studios and Pixar together, and they get rid of their campus because there's no reason to keep it. And they save a bunch of money. So let's talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. You get a woohoo if you do. Gotta give a hat tip to Jaggins Junk, who sent me this. This is a Jason.
What kind of name? What? Oh, these names. I swear. That's a TikTok name.
What, all 24 of them?
Yeah, well, in their old accounts, But it's interesting.
That's crazy, bro.
He actually highlighted this part. He said, Pixar sources said the studio's current CCO, sole director Pete Docter, lacks the intense drive for high quality that John Lasseter possessed.
I think translation is they walk all over him over there, and he lets them, because probably because he doesn't want to be that bad guy and be like, you want to be their friend, not their boss.
Yep.
Be accused of, some kind of anymore. I mean, I'm just going to say, a lot of people who work over there, not all of them, but a lot of people who work over there use the whole, you're a bigot, to get their own way. If you don't let me tell my story, it's because you're a bigot.
Yeah, they usually do that.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I mean, I don't know the whole deal, but from the outside, I've seen this happen multiple times, especially with straight white guys in the animation industry. They tend to get pushed out. And a lot of times,
the ones that stay have to be a doormat to do that.
They have to be a complete doormat. And Pete Docter, I've said before, he's a good director. I don't think he's a leader. John Lasseter, practiced. They said he practiced tough love. He was very demanding.
He was bad at he was bad touchy, but he was a leader.
Hey, I'll bring that dude back in. I'm sorry, I would. I'm sorry.
You know, you gotta weigh the benefits.
Look,
if you're Disney and
listen,
your
if
tax
I
going down, it's like, well,
if we can have a senile president like Biden, I don't think a touchy-feely person is not that bad.
put up with a guy who's bad touch but good boss, or what do we do?
What do we do?
Anyway,
I don't know, bro.
Now he actually did greenlight Lightyear, but I can guarantee you that his take on Lightyear would have been vastly
Different. Yes, it would have been. It would have stayed.
Said Pixar source regarding Doctor's kinder and gentler leadership. They said it resulted in the lackluster box office. I don't think John would.
I tell you something. It would have been different. What would have happened? I think this is what he would have done. What he would have done is probably keep it as close as possible to what we know of Buzz Lightyear, and made it about Buzz versus Zurg, and that's it. That's what he would have done, and then probably at the end of the show or the movie would have been like technically what they did in Toy Story 2 when they're playing the video game and you're playing as Buzz Lightyear or something like that. Or instead of them playing a video game, quote unquote, they're watching the movie of Buzz. And at the far end of the end credits, it's just Buzz and them watching his movie and giving props for a good movie. Something like that. But because of the nonsense that they pulled into that movie, it's like, eh.
The way people did say that he greenlit, I think he was thinking this is going to be the Lightyear story. Yeah.
I think you mentioned before that I think Lightyear and a few other things that did not do spectacular, he probably, early on was involved in before he was gone. Because it takes years for these to come out. We said that before, so I would not be surprised if he greenlit, but he was probably greenlighting it thinking, hey, it's going to be, Buzz Lightyear, the cartoon.
Yeah, if they had just done an update of Buzz
Lightyear,
Star Command,
yeah, that's it. That would have happened. That would have been fine. I think I'll take touchy-feely over senile president any day. I'm telling you. And that man is touchy-feely already as it is. Biden, as we've seen it.
I think it would have done well. So we've got the cartoon stance.
So I'm not too far off from your president.
It was a disaster. Let's not forget, Lasseter had zero respect for women, sir. Funny enough.
Oh, they always say this.
Disney went to Skydance.
But see, tomorrow they're in Animation Corner.
They always say this.
I don't know. Probably.
Building and experimenting animation, making manga. Yeah. So yeah, makes her own shit. Okay.
The damage has been done. I agree with that. Lasseter was one who greenlit Lightyear. Yes,
which we've mentioned.
I think. Again, the movie would have been very different had he
just because you greenlit something early on does not mean that's the final product. I can tell you for a fact. For example, we had pitched something to Disney wanted to talk about before. I'm only bringing this up because it relates. And
it's a sore subject.
No, but that's not why I'm bringing it up.
It's a sore subject.
They had originally greenlit and announced. It was in the trades. It was announced, had a title, had a premise, everything else. They announced it. That is not the story they ended with, because the story that was announced later had some changes made that sounded very similar to somebody else's pitch, including the name change, which sounded similar to somebody else's pitch.
That's not good.
What they greenlit and what they provided at the end were two different things. They were not the same. So just because he greenlit Lightyear doesn't mean that he greenlit Lightyear that we got.
Yes.
He probably thought Lightyear, the movie Andy watched as a kid, was a good idea. I don't know what he was thinking, but I don't think it was that.
No, and I mean, even talking in a language these people can understand. Netflix She-Ra, the Netflix She-Ra that was pitched was very much like the OG She-Ra.
That is true.
Makes sense.
It actually got picked up. They decided to have their way with it, and She-Ra became Ben 10, and it was all about gender identity. But the original.
That is true. So what you said.
Oh my God! He said She-Ra turned into Ben 10. I was like, Ben 10. I was like, oh shit! Wow. Talk about a joke. Oh my God! I didn't see that one. That was a good joke. I like that. I was like, Ben 10. I like that one. Oh, Jesus Christ, that got me. I'm kind of annoyed that I didn't get it instantly, but it got me. I'm like, wait, what? Ben 10? Oh my God. Man. If it was it was the early 2000s, I would have made a very, I would have made a very dark joke.
When you're John Lasseter,
I know, right?
Buzz Lightyear,
You know, right? Titan, bro.
origin movie, you're gonna be like, yeah, that's a good idea.
Oh my god. Ben 10. That was a good one. I like that.
John directed, I directed Cars 2, Lasseter, Master of Quality. You can say this all you want, you little screaming shrews. But here's the thing.
You little screaming shrews.
In the shitter. Like, they're losing money every film. I mean, Stranger wasn't Pixar. That was
I love that one. I'm gonna use that one.
But also, Walt Disney Animation was run by Lasseter too, and they had to actually hire a girl to run that, and doctor to run Pixar.
I'm like, you know what? That's a little disrespect. Like, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Within that joke, it's funny, but when I think of it now, I'm like, don't do that to Ben. Don't do that to Ben. Like, I don't even like Ben 10, but I know you shouldn't do that to Ben 10. Come on. Don't do that to Ben. Don't put him in that type of situation. Don't call him that. Oh, bro. I didn't like Ben 10. I did not like watching Ben 10. I'm just one of those people. I just didn't like Ben 10. I just don't. I never did. I just couldn't. I watched it, but I didn't like it. I can tolerate it. I understand it, but it's not something I would watch if it was up to me. You know, I'm an anime guy. You know what I mean? It's just fucking. But like, shit. But I'm very much aware that that show does not deserve that joke in the way it was said. That was mean. It's funny. I'm not gonna put in that, but that was mean. I'm not like, come on, don't do that to Ben. Ben didn't ask for this. Oh man, don't do that to Ben. Oh, poor Ben. Oh fuck.
Like John Lasseter, and it might be unrelated because your correlation is not necessarily equal causation. However, that being said, they're really hearing the shit no matter how much you scream about it.
Yeah.
Keep screaming into the wind. Because y'all are going to be one happy part of work animation. Those that do probably, you know, I helped animate. Yeah, I was an intern, or I was a storyboard artist. Because there's like, you know, can't swing a dead cat without hitting 10 of those.
Yeah, so I mean, this is kind of funny because it's like I will agree with you. I will agree with you 100%. Cars 2 was trash.
I agree with you.
Cars 2 was trash.
Yes, Cars 2. Listen, Cars 2 was trash. It just felt like a giant misdirection. Cars 1 was perfectly fine. It should have got the Bugs Life treatment, honestly. You know, Bugs Life was one movie and done. That's what should have happened. It should have been one movie, that's it, nothing more. There shouldn't be a Cars 1, 2, or a 2 or a 3. I think there's a 3 as well. But like, I think there's already a 3. I'm not totally sure. You can correct me on that. But like, that movie did not deserve a second sequel. There was no reason for it because the whole point of that movie was just cars and just running really fast. That's it. That's it. Just like what's that one movie that DreamWorks worked on? That thing with the snail. You guys know what I'm talking about? It was a fast snail. Does anyone remember that? Like a Speedy Gonzales, but a snail. Was it like Rut or Rudd or something like that? Oh, okay. It's this movie about a snail, and the snail wants to go super fast and be the fastest snail. I think what happened is the snail got hit by lightning or something, and he can go super fast. And he can run super fast, even with cars. Turbo, there you go. Thank you. Titan, there you go. You got it, Titan. It was called Turbo. One movie, that's it. They ain't got no sequel after that. Maybe it bombed. I don't know. Because that was in 2008. But like, it should have ended out like that. I'm not saying that car should have bombed. I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying like, it should have just been one movie. Bugs Life, that shit. That's what should have happened to, you know, to Cars. It should have got Bugs Lifed. One movie, that's it. We done. The spy thing was kind of redundant and just felt kind of pushed, forced, and just boring. I'm not gonna lie to you. On the second sequel, I don't know about the third one. Something about, I think the third one is about I think the third one's about the McQueen having an accident or something or some shit. They made a joke about making a second Bugs Life movie in Toy Story 2's credit scene. I remember that. I remember hearing something like that too. I remember hearing something similar to that. But honestly, I'm glad they didn't make a 2. I don't think a Bug's Life needs a 2 unless it's something that really hits home.
Being there might not be the cause of any of this. However,
Like, the messaging with Bug's Life was about standing up for oneself and not depending on others, being independent on your own as a group, not as a independent woman stupid shit. Like, as a group, as a community, stand on your own 2 feet as a community. That makes sense because we are relying on one another as this this entity of people who needs help. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. We rely on one another as a community, as a family. It was basically family, actually, if you think of it in that sense, community, family. So it makes sense why that movie works so well. It does, even to now. But, like, I don't know how... I guess they can make another movie about, you know, the world being big and being a small bug in a big world type nonsense, fish type story. I don't know. But, I don't think it's all that needed, given today's climate. Most of the time, it's like something about pushing a message of a certain amount of people and stuff.
there has definitely been a decline in quality since Doctor took over and Lasseter was gone. And given the amount of snark and you know, ass chat, whiny bitches on Twitter, they're probably friends with people who get to run amok at Pixar because no one's in there making sure that they're keeping people managed.
Yeah, that's where things gonna happen. That's another reason why I think I could totally see Disney just arrange. I mean, they fired their diversity boss. They fired Victoria Alonso. Things are changing over
They
there.
fired the people that were in charge of Lightyear at Pixar.
I don't think things are changing.
So I think they're like, yeah, okay. Either you guys produce some hits or something. Like, how much are we spending? These movies are hundreds of millions of dollars.
We're looking at it wrong. They're all right. Lasseter's gone. They're correct. He did such great things. He's over and doing well. So it's all their fault. It's all Peter Doctor's fault and all your animator friends that are currently working there's fault that your movies are shit. So you can't blame us. You're right. You cannot blame Alan Lasseter. He's gone. He made some missteps. It's all on you.
Yeah.
Way to go. Proved your point.
Lasseter's movies, maybe they weren't all winners, but they made money, right?
Yeah, but you're right. Lasseter's gone. He was behind luck. You're right. It's all on Peter Doctor and all of Yins. You're good.
Yins. That's the Pittsburgh creepy.
Right. I'm making so pissed. Pittsburgh's creepy.
You made her so pissed she Pittsburgh.
You made her so pissed she Pittsburgh. That's funny. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
positive living is
get on our level.
People aren't shitting in the streets as much anyway.
Ow.
Anyway, let's talk about this. Let's talk about Pixar's slump and soul. And then we'll talk about the Disney Plus thing too. But this is interesting. They said they blamed on Pete Docter, who's not as tough on quality as John Lasseter.
But it is Pete Docter's fault because John Lasseter's not there.
They said that the work of marketing Elemental began, and they said it was confusing. The advertising was confusing. It didn't sell the positive message in the movie.
Strong enough. I'm sorry, from my understanding, there wasn't even a stupid bad guy in the movie. It wasn't the positive message wasn't the problem.
Yeah, I've been kind of noticing a lot of that in Pixar shit. It's a lack of bad guys. Like, it doesn't have, like, you know how in the early 2000s when there was a Pixar movie, you felt there was always an essential villain somewhere down the line. Now it just feels like the villain is like doesn't even exist, or it's like a message. The villain is the message, not a person. It's not a standing force. It's just an ideology. Have you not noticed this? I've kind of noticed this lately with Pixar a lot lately. Like, they don't make movies with a villain. The villain is society. Yeah, the villain is society nowadays. I kind of noticed that more often. It's kind of weird. And I think for me, I started taking note of this since the second Wreck-It Ralph, but I didn't think much of it because I was like, the last time I think I remember a Disney movie and it had an essential villain. Was literally Big Hero 6. I think that was a Pixar movie. It was Big Hero 6. That's it. After that, every other movie after that was kind of like, okay, there's not a villain, but there's a message we're trying to get you to understand in a sense that it feels like there's a conflict. You know what I'm saying? Like, they had a... No, that's the first one. I'm talking about the second one when Ralph was having his little existential crisis because he wanted the girl to be his friend forever or some shit. Now that you see what I'm saying? I kind of noticed that. That's been kind of weird. No, actually, no. The last movie that had a villain, I remember it from Pixar, was 2. It was Big Hero 6 and Coco. Yeah, it was Big Hero 6 and Coco. After that, I don't remember any other villain after every other villain was literally the ideology of someone, a parent, or some guardian, or something to that extent where the let me use like Red. I think it was Red. Or something being red. The thing with the fox girl, the fox raccoon thing. Turning red. There was no villain. The villain was just like, I don't get along with my mommy. That's it. Or something like that. Or just being bullied by your parent because you want to do everything what they want to do. Turning red, yeah. The last time I remember seeing any villain, it was Coco. It was a bit of a... I guess you can say it was a bit of a plot twist. I didn't think that the dude that the kid met was going to be the villain per se. I know there was going to be a conflict. Like you know, that was the strange thing about Coco. When Coco was playing and airing, at the far end, when the kid meets the dude who he thinks is his grandfather, that famous dude, in a strange way, you kind of believe that was him. And then you probably thought in your head, oh, what's going to happen, the conflict that's going to happen, because you know how there always have to be a conflict. He's got to figure out how selfish of a person he really is, or something like that. But when you start realizing who the actual grandfather is, he's like, oh, shit. Incredibles 2 have villain. Okay, no, you got me on that one. Yes, that Incredibles 2 did have a villain. That had a villain, yes. I'm not even going to deny that one. I totally forgot about that one. Yeah, those are the last 3 movies now, since you added that one. Those are the last 3 movies I remember had a essential villain. I can't remember any other Disney movie. Like The Good Dinosaur. Did that have a villain? I don't think it did. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think it had a villain. And then I think another movie didn't have a villain. I don't think... Luca. Did that even have a villain? I didn't see that movie, but did that have a villain? I don't think it did. By the way it was presented, didn't come off as like it had any essential villain, like existential crisis, save the world type nonsense, or like, you know, we have to stop this person from hurting someone. Either they didn't have a villain or the villain wasn't memorable. Okay, that's probably what's happened, because I can't remember any villain after those 3, after the Incredibles one you just mentioned. I just don't have any, like, none. Nothing's going through my head on that. I have no recollection of any other villain after this. Kind of odd, to be honest.
The decline, because he was fired during the production of Toy Story 4, and you can see it. Like Toy Story 1, 2, and 3.
Oh yeah, did that have a villain?
Pixar.
I know that story. Toy Story. No, Toy Story 4 had a no. Toy Story 1, Toy Story the Sid Toy Story 1 was Sid. 2, the miner. 3, what was the third one? Who was the villain in the third one? Was that... I didn't watch Toy Story 4, so I can't answer that. What was the third one in Toy Story 3? Who was the villain in Toy Story 3? Was that Lonzo? Toy Story was the pink... okay, yes. Okay, yes. I was getting that confused. Because I know they presented there's going to be a 5, but I couldn't remember. I mean, yeah, okay, 3. Okay, with Lonzo, the bear, okay. Did 4 have a villain? Because I didn't even watch that. I'm not even gonna lie. Just tell me if it did. Did it have a villain? Because I know that... I think it was about Woody getting lost, and he had to take this made-up toy was made out of spork somewhere. It was like a journey back home. Okay. Did you watch it? I don't know. Because I didn't watch it. It didn't look all that interesting to me as a kid. Like, really. All I know is the end line. Yeah, okay. Okay. Like, I don't remember seeing it. Oh, I mean, I didn't watch it. I did not watch it. I chose not to watch it. I still don't want to watch it because, like, it looks kind of boring. I don't remember. See, that's yeah, exactly what Titan said. Is either they don't have a villain or you don't remember it. That's bad. That is bad. That is bad. That is bad character design. Then.
Toy Story 4 does not need to exist. Lightyear could have been a fantastic movie as well, but he wasn't here to oversee it. So it said several industry sources, and some within Pixar,
that is bad.
Believe the slump at the company goes beyond the bad marketing of Elemental. It said Pixar's troubles are because of the loss of John Lasseter, who had a reputation for never settling and demanding excellence, except for Cars 2.
That's not a bad thing. So okay, it's better to have the teacher who is a hard ass who wants you to succeed than the teacher who's going to be buddy with you and you don't get nowhere. Why would you want a teacher that's always so kind all the time? It's usually those are the ones who are not going to be that great of a teacher to begin with. They might be nice of a person, don't get me wrong, but 9 times out of 10, they're not going to be the best teacher. Ever not notice that throughout history, or at least in movies or in video games or like in shows, especially anime, when there's a teacher and the teacher is a hard ass or like they want excellence out of their students from like protagonists and like shonens and stuff, they're usually very rough and unforgiving. Full Metal Alchemist, the teacher from they refer to as teacher. Kakashi Sensei. He came off really nice, but he was really serious when he was teaching his students. Kisuke Urahara from Bleach. Like, I know these are not real people, but I'm using it as an example as just it's usually the people who are usually very like hard edge, like cut teeth, like they have cut teeth methods. Usually teach you the best. The grandma from Yu Yu Hakusho, exactly. They're complaining that he was too like he wanted excellence. That's the best teacher you want. Why would you want the teacher who doesn't want to teach, like who wants to be friends with you? Fuck that. Why am I paying this person to be nice to me? No. That makes no sense. I'd rather have the teacher that teaches me with who's like, I wouldn't say technically rude, but if he's rude or she's rude, there's probably a good reason because they want you to stay focused on whatever the task at hand you're paying them for. So it's like a equivalent of having the plumber that is nice. Okay, would you rather the plumber who's like kind of like not that talkative and conversational and get the job done, who has a high rate of getting the shit done and you don't have to call him again if something goes left? He's fixing the pipes and then, everything's good, compared to the plumber who's kind, and very funny and he comes to work very like late and he always has an excuse and he's into pop culture and he likes the vape and shit, and then he doesn't, and when he fixes on the pipe, he looks like he doesn't know what he's doing, or if he does know what he's doing, he doesn't really explain what's going on. He just does it, and then when something's wrong with it, you have to call him again. You know what I'm saying? That makes no sense to me. You could probably relate to your real life teachers in each of your... Yes! Exactly. I actually got. Hey, Zoe, what's up, bro? I just see you came in. I actually go for teachers who are both. Yes, like if they're kind, that's great. But like if, but I want the teacher who will teach me something. So at the end of the day, I learn something for what I'm paying them. That's the. Oh no, they're complaining about this dude wanting excellence.
Here's the thing about cars, real quick. Cars, one, that was kind of his passion product.
That's crazy. I don't. That makes no sense to me.
It was a passion product. Cars merch sold very well. Cars toys still sell well. Lightning McQueen toys still sell well. Disney probably told him make more cars so we can sell more toys.
Okay, let me go.
I still hate cars because
The piece is turning. Yeah, it's turning out pretty good. Pretty good. We need to. There's a few things I need to fix. Is the cape. Part of the cape from this is that. Part of the cape is that it needs to be white, which I have to do in the back here. It's red inside, which is fine. But the hair is really insane. So I'm trying to keep the hair as like it looks like hair, but it's a lot more given here and a lot more volume. So I might add more here in the back later, but just right now I'm just gonna keep it how it is for right now because it's way too much, and I need to get this done. So I'm near done. I'm actually near done. I only got like this part, the leg, and I just gotta do the hair, and then the base colors are all done because everything else is pretty much on its own, and then we'll be done. And I can just do the shading later. But yeah, it's coming out pretty good.
Don't behave that way. But there's a certain type that it's because you're a meanie pants. Literally, because Trump won the election, they needed a safe space. I'm like, the elections we were around people we wanted to didn't win. Yeah. You just suck it up and fucking deal with it. God, these are the same type of people. I wonder why they can't handle tough leadership.
John would not have let your happen. Yeah, he did greenlight it, but again,
I'll just do it this way.
If he saw it wasn't working, if he saw the direction wasn't working, and people aren't going to be into this, Andy wouldn't watch this. I think
Andy wouldn't watch this.
Scrap it or push it back or something and make it work. I think his version of what you're living.
I don't know how anybody could look at and think it was going to work.
Yeah. It was never going to work.
How they devalued Pixar when they put the movies on Disney Plus.
100% agree with that.
So, yeah.
I don't know, bro.
This person here said Disney devalued Pixar's brand by teaching families they can just watch it on streaming.
It's true.
It seems the flaws that Disney inflicted on Pixar will not be fatal. No, I don't agree with that. Pixar shows still had some zip on Elemental.
Why do they think because it was on streaming, that's what's the death of this? This is not the reason. It's the messaging that they're pushing onto these things.
It's going to lose them millions, right? Tens of millions.
Yeah.
So, oh my gosh, guys, it picked up a few extra $1 million, so it's rebounding.
No.
2.4 in its second week. It's still
no.
Nowhere.
Oh my god, it must really suck for anyone who has any type of stocks in Disney right now. That might be the worst thing you probably would ever have gotten.
Or saving Elemental. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. Numbers don't care about your feelings.
They're going to let it play in theaters until Labor Day. They said that's how much the studio believes in it. I think they're trying to get as much money out of it as they possibly can.
That's more what I think.
I think they're freaking the hell out. And we've done videos about this before. And look, if you're just a grunt at Pixar and you're finding out that your movie is getting, punted over to Disney Plus, it's just content on Disney Plus, it would be demoralizing, right?
Well,
is it really?
They said they were all upset about it. We can understand why, because they were being relegated to Disney Plus. It was going to hurt them. To be fair, though, I'm thinking of the recent movies I've seen coming out at Pixar, and I'm like, would I actually go to the theater to see any of them?
No.
The answer is no.
Really, no. No one's gonna watch these movies. They just don't.
And while Elemental looks very pretty, and I do think it looks beautiful. I mean, it looks
does.
gorgeous.
It's cool, but
it doesn't matter how pretty something is. If the story sucks or the story isn't engaging.
Usually, if it sucks, no one's gonna go watch it.
We work in comics, for heaven's sakes. That's something usually, you can have poor art but have an amazing story and it's going to do well. Or if you have amazing art and a shit story,
yep.
You're not gonna get as far.
I always said that. Those are the two things that keep me watching an anime. The first thing I usually go for is the art style. If the art style is identifiable and I can see, I can tell, not tell, but if it's a brand new art style or even something I recognize, if I can recognize the art style or something I like to see, the aesthetic looks pleasing, then hopefully the story is just as good. It's really rare when the art style is unique and different and the story is jack terrible. Like it's just terrible. Like it's very rare if that ever truly happens at all. Um, and this is why I think this is why, like, usually you can tell how good, let's just say, an anime is based on three things. And the third one's probably the weakest, but it's kind of funny if you stop and think about it. Like, the first one is art style, and the second one is story, and the third one actually is, which is nearly every anime has, is the opening of a song. Okay, so I know that seems like the weakest one, but please hear me out. It's because if you notice that all the popular anime and even the sub-popular ones, usually if they have a cult following, the anime's opening is usually very unique and different. Because if you like for instance, when usually you run into a generic anime, it usually has a generic opening. The art style is kind of generic too. Like if you think of any um harem, if you think of like any harem anime, it's usually pretty generic. Like the quintuplets anime. The dude who, I don't know if any of you knows what that is. The quintuplets anime with with the dude who's supposed to tutor those girls who are all sisters and they all fall in love with him in some form or shape or fashion. And the art style is nothing to like brag about. It just looks like any generic anime. Maybe the story concept works, but like other that, then like, and the opening is pretty generic, typical Japanese song, female singing and high pitched voices, and that's pretty much it. Like it's not a bad thing. It's just not something. It's just usually what's typical of this, most cases. So like that's usually what happens, and it's annoying, but it is what it is. So it does happen. There are some outliers that did well, that has that generic like anime singing, high pitched female voices, and you know that all sings as a group. Is Shadow being a generic isekai but oddly enjoyable to watch? Yeah. So there are outliers that are there. So like if the story is actually really strong, you can actually you can walk past the art style, but usually if it's like in a fantasy setting and there's a fighting scene, uh it's usually looking really like, okay, so like don't get me wrong, I do like Black Clover, don't get me wrong. I do love Black Clover. But you know on some episodes are very, very weak in fighting animation because they're not doing a essential fight scene that is like something story wise, like a boss fight, like when there was in the Water City, or is it Water City? It was like that water place and they fought that dude with the long hair. Or they fought that one dude in the Diamond Kingdom, when Asa learned how to fly in the sky with his one wing. Like those type of fight scenes are usually there for essential effect because it's part of the main story, right? But when it's coming to like the filler episodes type stuff, you can see the the fighting can be very generic and very stiff and boring. The Sea Temple, there you go. Thank you, Bri. I didn't watch Black Clover, but I know what you mean. There you go. So like it's like that. So like this is why shows like My Hero Academia does pretty well in their animations when even in a generic fight, because if I remember right, seasonal anime tends to get better quality than ongoing anime, traditional ongoing anime, like shonen anime, because they have to post like almost weekly and make stuff weekly or stuff like that. So that's like they can't put in too much quality, but with seasonal they have more time to work on it. That's why seasonal anime tends to be more superior than continuing anime most cases. This is why like I said before, the quality tends to go shit when it's just like a basic fight between the main character and some generic, villain, you know. But when it's like a central villain like Naruto versus like say, I don't know, Pain, the quality ups like tenfold. Well, some people have some complaints about that fight, but like I'm just saying, compared to him fighting like, I don't know, that Tony the Tiger dude, when he almost got defeated, when Naruto fought that dude who try to get him framed for the whole like scroll thing when he was with Aruka Sensei. He came back as Tony the Tiger for some odd reason. He had tiger powers for some odd reason. But got defeated anyway by Naruto with his Rasengan. The Witch Village. Oh yeah, the Witch Village. You remember that? Okay, was it? I thought it was in Diamond Village. That was filler. Yeah, that was a filler, and the fight was not. The fight within that was like really generic and boring. Like bad, but like it's understandable because he's just a generic like villain. He's not like someone essential to the plot, so it makes total sense. You know, so yeah, for me, it's 1, the art style, and 2, the story, 3, the opening, and 4, the animation. Because, and usually it has to be seasonal, because I knew it, and you kind of notice when it's seasonal, it tends to do better. Now, there are seasonal anime that comes out that doesn't have a lot of great animation. I'm very aware of that. But I'm talking about the ones that are usually popular, like Jujutsu Kaisen and My Hero Academia, and a few others I can't think of off the top of my head. And like Bleach. I guess Bleach is now considered seasonal. I guess now-ish. Sorta, kinda, sorta, not really. Since this is technically the final arc, so I know they're gonna put all their budget into that, so I can't really call it seasonal. Since it's like the last season of Bleach. So they're gonna put all their eggs in one basket and just put all the quality into that. Yeah, they're doing like 4. Yeah, so there's 4 parts. I think they're at like part 2 now. So like, that's why I wouldn't call that technically seasonal, if anything. I don't know what to say about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I can't say if that's seasonal or not. I think it's more seasonal compared to Bleach, but it does come in parts as well, so I don't know if that's considered seasonal. I'm pretty sure that is more seasonal. I wouldn't consider it. Is it kind of? Wait, is it considered? Yeah, it's considered a shonen, isn't it? It's a shonen, right? It's a battle. Yeah, it's a battle shonen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. The Diamond Kingdom people invaded the Witch Field. Okay, no, that's why I got confused. It was the Diamond people. The evil Diamond people came in and tried to take over the Witch Village. Yes, you're correct over there, Bri. Thank you. And he defeated that one dude. That really flamboyant dude. I forgot his name. Asta defeated that one flamboyant dude. Okay, now all we need to do, we're near done. We're almost to the end. We're so close to the end. It's not even funny right now. Once we get to the end of this, we don't have to do this anymore tomorrow or anything like that. If I decide to stream tomorrow, I might just play some game. Probably play some fucking, what do you call it? Skullgirls or something. Maybe 4. Okay, let me see. Maybe 4 colors. Okay. It's seasonal. JoJo transitioned to seinen from part 7 to. Oh, okay. Okay, it's seasonal. Okay. It seemed to be because like there's no way in hell. I'm pretty sure it was seasonal because there's no way in hell in that one with Jotaro. I think it was Jotaro. Where the color palette is just different every time. Like that shit. That's not filler to me, or I don't even consider that even like something that will be continuous. You know how annoying that will be to deal with every single time to do that. So like, that must be seasonal, like a 1 sitting type week, month type of thing, or 1 year type of thing. That has to be. That can't be like a weekly thing. That would be madness. I believe that would be just like a terror to deal with the color palettes way back when. The last time I left off on JoJo was Star Crusaders. That's why I decided to do that fan art of Jotaro. Well, the female gender bend version, I'm saying. Let me see, put this away. Close it up. Near done. We're near there. Oh wait, I was not supposed to make that white. Damn it. Hold on. I'll make that. I didn't think about that till like right now. I'll make that like purple so I know what that color is. It's supposed to be white. That's why I make it into a crazy color, so I know what I'm looking at, so I don't get confused on what's what. I learned this from Randall Tuna. Is it raining? I think it's raining. Hold on. No, it's not raining. That was raining. Okay, let me see what you guys said. Okay, so JoJo is the best. Yes, it is. Okay, that's just JoJo thing. Okay, Jotara. Okay, weird part of JoJo is that a season comes out, I think, every 2 years. Either 2 years or almost 2 years. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. That makes sense. It gives them enough time to get everything done, probably within a year or so. Hold on. Put this back.
Understand what's so hard to understand about it?
Yeah, and they said they're trying to win back the animation crown. I'm like, I think
Well, that's beautiful.
Illumination has it at this point. I mean, as far as
Yeah.
the box office, because at the end
You
of
have
the
to
day,
bring butts to the seat.
that's what it's about. I mean, I hate to be that guy because there are some amazing indie animated movies. Klaus
deserved to win over Toy Story 4. Just saying.
One of my
She's not
favorite
wrong.
animated movies of all time is
I don't.
Rocket Pool, which made no
She's not
money.
wrong. I don't
Money
think.
at the box
I think
office,
Klaus
but I
will
freaking
beat
love
that.
it.
Again, it's one of those things where it was for a niche audience, and it was cool looking, but was it really something that's marketable?
No, and
That's it.
and I
Do you
love
want money, or do you want, your accolades? That's your choice.
and
I kind of noticed that no one is talking about the Trigun anime, the 3D Trigun anime. And I listen, I don't like 3D anime myself, but I would admit that anime looks amazing. For like a 3D anime, that shit looks amazing. I'm surprised how many people have not talked about it. I hardly see any type of anime reviewer talk about it. I haven't seen anyone talk about it at all. It's just kind of like in the dark. When the final phase releases, people will talk about it. Okay. Hopefully. Because it's so far what I've seen on VR chat, that show's pretty good. Like animation wise, like the 3D-ness is it's up there. It's not boring, it doesn't feel stiff, it doesn't feel awkward to watch. It feels really good. It reminds me of the old Trigun. Like it literally does. It gives me that vibe. Now, I don't know about the outfit too much on Vash, but then again, it's terrible. That show is beautiful. It is amazing. The anime is amazing. And I don't know. It's just no one talks about it. I don't see anyone talk about it.
And the original Toy Story.
Inside Out.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I gotta get
Dory,
this.
Finding Nemo.
Ben?
You can't do
Oops.
it. And I think
My
they're
bad.
just
I
so
didn't mean to do
used
that.
winning
Sorry.
That this is just kind of crazy for them to.
Toy Story 4 is overrated.
Yeah, Toy Story 4 is massively overrated.
The Klaus deserved to kick its ass. Anyway, I digress. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know, guys. I just think it's really interesting that their takeaway from people within Pixar is the problem is John Lasseter's not here.
Yes, that's literally the problem.
This is coming from somebody actually working in Pixar. The problem is John Lasseter's not
Okay, now the only thing that's left.
John Lasseter is no longer here. And the animation stands, who most of them aren't even working or have never worked and will never work. They will never work in the industry. You're right. And they're upset that somebody who actually has a job working at Pixar is coming out and saying that John's gone. That's what the problem is. Why did so many people jump ship from Disney to Skydance if he was so awful to work?
That's right.
Yes, that doesn't make sense.
About him, changed their tune and went to Skydance anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, I'm not saying he didn't do things that might have raised some eyebrows, and I'm not saying it was right if he did. No, I agree that would not be correct. I just love how, you know.
Listen, if he got like 1 or 2 complaints, then I can probably tolerate it. But if it's like a constant stream of complaints of his actions, then I can understand why he had to go. But like if it was like a one situational like thing that just happened, that was a misunderstanding that could have come off as one, I would have gave him the benefit of the doubt and say, you know what, you made a mistake, don't do it again, keep out of trouble, keep your nose clean, don't do anything stupid, and don't, you know, harm any females. If you do that, all be good. Swipe this on the rug, we have no problem. But like literally, like I don't know if he had like a plethora of streams of women coming out of nowhere, or it was like a one-time instance. But if it was a one-time instance, I don't think that was enough to get rid of him. That doesn't make no sense to me. She's so pretty. Yes, she is very pretty. Thank you. Thank you, hum. Thank you, hum. We're near done anyway. I'm just trying to clean up some stuff, and then I just got the only thing left I just need to do is just fix the hair. When I say fix, the only thing I actually have to do, which I didn't take account, is her hair is not actually spiky at the ends at her bangs. They're actually square. So I have to make these square, and then I can put the color in the hair. And then after that, I just have to shade in the gloves and make... Actually, I don't have to do it now. I can do it now. Hold on. This is going to be probably the second most easiest part there. And then we'll be done. And I don't have to do this ever again. Make this white. Shebang. Okay. Oops. And then... thing. I'll just do it now. As I'm right here. Let me just do it real quick. Okay. I don't know. I just don't think it's that serious that he had to go like that. But then again, I don't know the whole story. So like, if it was that, it's that bad to the point he's getting like a bunch of like complaints, then I understand why he had to go. But like, if it was like a one-time instance that just ended up ruining his career, then that's like that's a problem. We gotta stop that. Okay. It's a weird color, but we'll work with it. Okay. Like so. Actually, it's not even supposed to be this color. It's supposed to be some type of weird golden color. Hold on. So if I were to take this, there we go. It was supposed to be like something like close to that, but a little bit darker, I think. A little more saturated. Okay, it's about that. Okay. Close to that kind of, sort of. Strange, but I might have to figure out the colors later. Alright, so we got that so far. The only thing left is... let's go to the bangs, fix those up, color that in, and then we can call it a night. Oh, let me just shade this in too. Call this out of the way. Red. Okay, there's one thing that a lot of beginners tend to make this mistake, and I even still make this mistake myself. It's very small, but yet it does make a bunch of difference. Okay, so what they do is, okay, the glove that I made, What the fuck? There we go. The glove that I just made, the mate that I'm coloring. If you look closely, right here, you can see that this and this aren't the same length. Like they have to be like equal in length. So like this one's like kind of stretching like this, and this one's kind of like down like this. So to fix this, you have to make sure that whenever you're doing anything that wraps around something, one side is not stretching out and the other one's like that unless there's a pulling or something going on. But if it's at rest like this, like gloves, which she wears, what should happen is this should be the termination because this looks more realistic, or at least a lot more relaxed than this, because over here is more stretched out and looks weird. So what you want to do is make sure this is the same length and height as this. So make sure to make a straight line like this. I know you on YouTube can't see this, but I'm showing this to TikTok. So like make a straight line like this, put a dot here, and make sure that they're equal. So when you wrap something around like this glove, it will be the same length, so it doesn't look like it's stretching out. And then it has to be your duty to make sure that the curvature of the wrapping around of the glove doesn't feel like too much thickness, like right here. It's too thick right here. I would thin this out, but make it a bit thick. Thin it a little bit, but make it thick, because the reason why you want to thicken the line is because this glove is on top of the skin. It's on top of the hand. It's because it's wrapped on top of the hand. And because this glove is on top of the hand, you need to thicken the edge so it looks like it's wrapped around it, but not too thick to the point that it looks ridiculous. Always keep that in mind when wrapping something like this. So like I would fix this. I will fix this in a bit. I can fix that later, but I just want to get this all colored in. And then I can fix it later when I have the time. I don't have time to do it now because I want to finish up and just... It's already past 8. I need to get this done. That will make a difference in your drawings. So if you ever run to that situation when you're wrapping something around a character or something or object, make sure that they're not stretching off unless there is some certain reason why it's stretching, like something's being pulled or something like that. Nothing stretches like that by itself unless there is some force that is happening to said object. So keep that in mind when doing something like that. It's very easy to let that be and not notice it because we fall in love with the fact that I did it, not the fact that it's right. So like just keep that in mind. I fall in that a lot too. So like I'm not saying that I'm perfect at it. I'm just letting people know if you heed that warning, you should use that warning. I'm just saying. You can use that in any way you like and take that how you want. So there you go. Okay. Okay. Now, I would actually fix the glove here too. It looks like she's wearing a gauntlet, but I'll fix that later on my own time too. I may have to fix it, or I might leave it alone. It depends. Now, I made this red for a reason. Let me just delete this. I need this piece. I made this red for a reason so I can know what color it is, because she doesn't wear a red glove. It's a white one. I made it red just so I know it's covered completely. So I changed the color to white. So when I choose to, like, say, shade this white, I know that it's going to stay in the lines once I start shading it. So I'm going to shade it like right now, real quick. So I'm going to just shade this in here. And I don't have to worry about going outside the lines because I already used my clipping tool to clip into this. So I don't have to worry about it. So I give it more life. Okay. And remember, the reason why her hands are gray is because she's wearing a glove, so be aware of that. And be cognizant of that because that can make the difference in what you're seeing. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yes, always keep that in mind. I use this technique a lot from Rhino Tuna. What Rhino Tuna does when he does his colorings is that when he's coloring his colorings, when he's coloring his objects, he tends to do this thing where he'll color the edge alone, which makes total sense because we tend to get too fixated on just coloring in general, and then when we leave, we see all these fragments that is like these little white fragments. We don't want that. So there's two ways how I do it is that when I do the coloring process, I would usually take my poly tool and go into, let's just say here, and hold on. For those of you who don't know this, if you are a clipstudio paint user, there's a feature where it says select layer. I think that's what it's called. I think that's what it's called, this little box thing, for those who don't know. There's this little box thing. This will help you keep your shit organized, or at least you don't have to actually name your layers. Well, that's great if you do, but especially if it's for a project. But like if you're doing something like what I'm doing, like just making this fan art, say you want to get to like the eye. Say you want to get to the eye, but you don't know which layer it was because it says layer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and you can't just see it outright. So what you'll do is you take this tool, click it, go over here, pull with this square like you're gonna select something, and it automatically takes you to that layer, so you don't have to go and look for it anymore. It's a great tool to have, so you can just it literally sends you to the layer that is under, or whatever the case may be. So like say for instance I have like it just did that. So like for instance I just did this. So what it did is select two of the layers that I selected. So like this eyeball, like the eye pupil, and the color red, and it's showing the two highlighted layers that's got selected. So it'll tell me that's the line art or the line sketch for the pupil and the color, nothing else. So it keeps things more organized in that sense. Or at least not even organized, at least it gets you to where you need to be instead of going through 1,010 layers if you don't know which layer it was. It saves you a lot of time. So it helps the workflow.
Not tolerated, and they should be out the door, even if they bring it.
Disney's gonna fix it. I'm telling you right now, they're gonna one way or another either fix it. Basically, I think
they're gonna have to.
They're gonna have to. They're either gonna
Okay, I'm gonna turn this off.
Look at this and look at the people that go, and they're gonna be like, you either fix this shit or you get gone, and that's gonna be it. Because at this point, we're basically paying millions of dollars to watch you fall on your face again and again and again, and it doesn't matter.
Some people think that that's worth the money. But actually they're not paying. No, actually you're wrong. They're not paying the money to fall on their face, and that's why they're falling on their face. Disney's not going to keep paying it.
No, they're not. Yeah, Disney's been footing the bill for these art house films that are therapy sessions or whatever, and it's not gonna work anymore. So you're gonna have to start bringing it. This is the new reality, and we're gonna have another video day talking about the new reality for people that haven't gotten the memo that the money is running out. So we're gonna wrap this one up. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys.
Okay, now what we need to do is just make this the same. Okay. And then like that.
Place on Pierce Morgan between Pearl Davis, Just Pearly Things, and another.
No, we're not here for that. Japanese schools have the dumbest rules. I want to hear that.
When all these added bacon to the Wagyu Steakhouse burger, it was like not bad. Then all these grabbed that pepper.
How do you practice, if you don't mind me asking? Usually how I would usually practice would be the warm-ups I would do is do the warm-ups that you can't do. So like do the warm-ups. Do the drawings that you can't do. So like I'm still learning how to do perspective better. So like for instance, I'll just use an example. So like say I want to draw the head in a certain perspective. I'll put it in a box, use that as an example, make the head like this. It will tell me where the head is looking in that sense because I'm using this box. So it will tell me that. Or if I want to look at the head from like because a square, I mean a square is a lot more precise than a circle half the time. So let's just say I put the face here, I put the ears here. Oop. Put the here. And then that lets me know what I'm like looking at, right? Or like, and I do it as fast as possible. I don't try to like get every part down. If it looks weird, do it again. Say I want a up down perspective. Oops, did that wrong. Oops. So like say I wanted a oops. Let's see. Like what I'll do is slant the box like this, draw the head, put the X here, and then it tells me from this point that I'm looking from a downwards angle. I know you can't see that well. You can't see that well. I'll make it. Like so. I know it's hard to see it, but like and then I would next move on to something else. Say like I want to put the body in a certain position. So like I put the leg here, put the butt here, put the leg here, put the love handle here, and then put the shoulders here and see how I can exaggerate this and then see what I can fix about it. Or so. Like, is the butt too out there? Is the spine too broken? And then usually I would do the same pose but use a line of action. Just get the blood flowing. Use the blood. And just keep going as fast as possible without thinking. Because if I stop and think, I'm going to start working on details. Like that. If the character is bending down, or let's just say they're just standing up. Let's just say for TikTok reasons. It's just standing up. I just keep going. I don't stop. I don't think about it. I just let my brain go on autopilot and watch as I visual. And then whatever doesn't seem quite right to me, that's when I fix it later. I don't try to worry about detail, and I can just worry about it later or so. And then I make a head. Oops, make this small. And then now I'll find anything that seems too off or something doesn't feel right, or the case may be, and I'll just keep going. And then I was like, okay, I feel good about this. And then I'll like, okay, let me just refine some stuff like the head. I can make it more rounded, not that masculine looking. Make the neck much more thinner. Make the breast a lot more puffed out, more lower, stuff. No problem. These are great drills you need to do first. This is why every time when I get on stream, it takes me some time because I'm doing a quick drill. I'm trying to get my blood going, get the juices flowing, and then once I'm done drawing the thing I'm not good at, then I draw the things that I'm good at. Say the eyes, like I'm drawing like a eye real quick just to. Or so, and then. Like I just draw things like that just get my. I don't think of it. I don't try to dwell on it because when you start dwelling on it, that's what causes issues. My Wi-Fi cut out for a second. Sorry for leaving. No, that's perfectly fine. You're fine. You're fine on. You're fine on. All right. I think that answers the question. So that's usually what I do and keep things interesting nonetheless. I try my best to. This is why when I'm doing my my live streams, I like to do like a quick. Well, it does bring in the degenerates half the time, but I do a quick like bikini model drawing because the reason why I like drawing bikini models, whether real or anime, is because I don't have to focus on clothing too much. Not that I have a problem drawing clothing, it's just that it's just easier to just focus on the anatomy, especially just wearing like a what? Okay, thank God. I thought I was. Oh God, Jesus! I thought I said something wrong. Like, what did I do this time? Jesus. All right. I like when I'm focused on the anatomy. That's what keeps me focused. So like whether they're in a bikini, a panty, or whatever the case may be, I'm drawing them based on the pose from this point. I'm focusing on the pose. The clothing afterward comes in second or last in my head. I just worried about getting the overall feel and get the gesture right. That's the one thing you should always focus on is the gesture. Like you gotta get the gesture good because if you don't get the gesture, you might as well not even go anywhere further because if the gesture looks really weird and odd and strange, it's going to look stiff. A little bit like this hand. Looks a bit stiff. But like I can probably make that look a little better. But and the arm. A little too strong. Like it's like too straight. Gotta fix that too. But like it'll look a lot more believable. Cause if I even take away like this is the refined version, right? So with the sketch version, it still feels good because the gesture is still there. It doesn't feel stuck. It doesn't feel stiff. Even though the arm is way too long for its own good, it still feels good because the body is it's like in this rhythm. It's in that rhythm. Once it's in that rhythm, that's even if you make changes, it's not going to go through that far. But be mindful of the gesture. Keep that gesture alive because that's what's going to keep your whole drawing intact. Because once that's gone, you just wasted a bunch of hours drawing and painting and all that stuff. And then you're like, oh, fuck, why it looks so stiff? And the way I get around with this is using a line of action, usually. I use line of action to get my gesture drawings into tact in most cases. It keeps things intact with its movement. A lot of people tend to get the idea of gesture and anatomy mixed together, which they are two different things. It's all about verb. It's all about the verb. It's all about the movement. It's not about if the obliques are in the right places. You can always fix that and refine that later. It's all about understanding the movement. So we gotta stop. I wouldn't use the word gesture. I'll say like the movement, the rhythm of movement. I will call it that better because you're focusing on the definition. People think gesture is anatomy. No, anatomy is the accuracy of the body. Gesture is the movement, and proportions is based on placement and overall symmetry or asymmetralness or asymmetry. Yeah, symmetry and asymmetry, depending on what you're trying to do with said pose, and make sure that your silhouette is balanced and not tipping over. And usually, what stops tipping over is having that sense of gravity or that balance, And to keep that in line is flipping your canvas. You must flip your canvas. If you don't flip your canvas, it's going to look really weird and strange and wonky. Which I would refer to flipping the canvas as in padding your sandcastle. That's really what it is. You're padding your sandcastle and making everything symmetrical, or at least pleasant on both sides of the spectrum, whether left and right. If it looks good left and looks bad right, it doesn't matter if it's good on left, it's still a bad pose, so you need to fix it on both ends. So if it looks good on left, that means you have to make some changes on right. If it looks bad on right, you have to make some good. You may have to make some changes on left and look for the issues. It's always the awkward parts that look slightly off that'll give you the clue on what to do. But if you don't know what to do, then you're gonna have a whole hard time figuring it out and wondering why your drawings look stiff. So keep that in mind.
Oh no. Hey, yo, what up? It's your boy. Everybody went
It's
to
your
school,
boy,
right? Hopefully,
the
I
anime
certainly
man.
did. And my school,
It's your
being an
boy.
all-boys school and a pretty strict school at that, we had some pretty strict school rules. I think one of the weirdest ones that we had was that our hair length had to be at a certain point where it wouldn't cover the eyes, wouldn't cover the ears, and wouldn't cover our collar. Obviously, since then, I have very much broken that rule, haha. And you know, you might brag openly saying that, oh, my school definitely has the strictest rules in the world. No one has more strict school rules than the school that I am going to. But today, I'm about to prove you guys all wrong, because there is a large percentage, a staggering percentage of Japanese schools that are still implementing some really
Joey.
questionable
Exactly.
and strange school rules for apparently no reason, and this new generation is starting to question those ideas. But before we move on, let me talk about today's sponsor, Fantia. You probably stumbled a couple of times as you're scrolling through Twitter or Instagram, a great piece
No.
also don't worry if you
I don't have time for this.
If you're interested in that, then make sure to check out Fantia. Links in the being questionable with. If there was this Japanese interested in that, then make sure to check out Fantia. Links in the description below, and a big thank you to Fantia for sponsoring today's video. So there was this Japanese news article that I saw online the other day, which kind of made me double take, because it had to do with this idea of questionable school rules that are still being implemented, again, in a large majority of Japanese schools. And this one in particular, you know, considering that I'm currently filming this in the middle of summer, there is a lot of questions being thrown around about this one strange school rule of not being allowed to use sunscreen. That's right.
Excuse me?
Sunscreen. God's oil to make sure that you don't burn and crisp up like you're stuck in the depths of hell, especially during the Japanese summer when the sun is just like an absolute radiator. And the contention of not being able to use sunscreen during school, especially even when you're going outside to do sports activities like running on track or swimming lessons and stuff like that. The
Okay.
whole idea of, oh, we're not allowed to use sunscreen, or students aren't allowed to use sunscreen, has been a real contention recently amongst the PTA and amongst a lot of school boards.
What is their reason?
So this topic was brought up on Japanese
That's a
Twitter
very weird
as
reason.
to why exactly sunscreen or the use of sunscreen is banned. People saying like the Japanese sun is way too hot and we have to protect our skin, or you know, the UV rays are something that can cause serious issues, especially long term, with stuff like skin cancer and melanoma and all sorts of other issues. So why is it that schools are not allowing students to protect themselves, like, you know, be healthy? Like, you would think that a school would teach students to make sure to live the healthiest lifestyle, to get them prepared for the real world, and yet sunscreen is not allowed? Obviously, that's really
odd.
weird question, and there are a lot of people who
Oh,
are
I was
saying,
just
well,
watching
how
the. You was
come
watching this video?
something important like the use of sunscreen for school students not allowed, and yet there are other weird rules in Japanese schools that seemingly don't really result in anything. For example, why is it that you're not allowed to use sunscreen, but students can go get their ears pierced, can use makeup in schools, or even some schools use these really weird school
That's
rules
really
of, like,
odd. You can use
loose
makeup, but you
socks,
can't put on
and loose
sunscreen.
socks can only be worn if it's a particular color. Yeah, those are just some of the weird school rules that a lot of Japanese schools have. So
I don't
a study was
listen.
done,
I don't think.
on
Okay,
an Avima
as
Prime
dumb as that is, I don't think anyone's like up on. I don't know how it works in Japan. I don't know how it works. like that, on how strict the teachers are and how much they take their job seriously. But like, it's I don't think teachers are just like, hey, you got that sunscreen? I hope you don't want to see that sunscreen. Because if girls can put on makeup, they can just put on sunscreen. They can just like really quickly put on sunscreen and put on makeup on top of the sunscreen with the smell being like eliminated completely. So like, I don't know. It's a weird thing, but like that's strange.
Documentary, or Amazon Prime's kind of like, you know, the Netflix, Hulu of Japan, that did a study to figure out, okay, well, just how many schools in Japan have this rule? Because maybe it's just a small amount and the minority is being allowed. Well, it turns out that according to 2016 study, somewhere around there, found out that 29.9% of elementary schools, 31.6% of middle schools, and a staggering 48.5% of high schools in Japan do not allow students. It is against school rules for students to use sunscreen in outdoor activities. And mind
Wait,
you, this
what?
is not like an old study. These are school rules that are still persisting in 2023 after all the scientific studies that have been done on the dangers of UV rays and the dangers of getting a suntan, and you know just how important it is to protect your skin from all sorts of different long-term effects. It's staggering to still see that there are, for some reason, old school boards, or I guess old-minded school boards that don't allow the use of sunscreen in schools. And so you're probably thinking, well, what's the argument? Well, what is the counter-argument for people and teachers and school boards to justify this strange school rule? Well, there are a number of them. First of all, the pool will get dirty from the use of sunscreen. As someone who was born and raised in Australia and was learned a particular phrase in school, which is slip, slop, slap. You know, you just cover yourself in as much sunscreen as possible because your skin is still young and it needs to be protected from these UV rays. This whole idea of you can't use sunscreen in pool lessons because it dirties the pool is absolutely ridiculous. Because if you guys know anything about how sunscreen works, is that, you know, you don't put on sunscreen and then immediately jump in the pool. Sunscreen needs to get into your skin first.
It has to sit.
Obviously, don't quote me on this because I'm not a dermatologist. I'm not a specialist. This is just what I learned from my experiences. But I was always taught that if you're gonna go to the beach,
they trip. Yeah, what the hell?
For long periods of time, and you need to use sunscreen,
Shit,
then you
weird.
have to use sunscreen. You have to apply sunscreen pretty early and wait for the sunscreen to actually get into your skin before you go out. Especially when it comes to beaches, like you put on the sunscreen as early as possible, let it sit into your skin before you jump in the water. Because if you put your sunscreen in the moment you jump into the water,
It's gonna wash off.
Obviously that shit's gonna wash off and it's pretty much useless at that point. So again, this whole argument of, oh, the pool will get dirty because you know, there'll just be sunscreen inside the pool is kind of a ridiculous statement, because it's just a matter of, we'll just give the students more time to apply sunscreen. Also, if it's inside of a pool, there's a fucking filter system in there. So, you know, even if it does get dirty, the filter system will get rid of the sunscreen. It's fine. It's not like someone pissed and shit in the pool. It's fucking,
yeah, that's what the hell.
It's fine. The next
I'm pretty sure there's more people. I'll tell you something. There's probably more people pissing into the pool than you having sunscreen. Let's just call it for what it is. People are nasty like that. Like, just what the fuck? Like, let's be honest. There's more people low key peeing in the pool while you're knowing you swimming in it because of the chlorine, so you can't probably taste it or feel it. I'm saying, like, it is what it is. Oh my god, that is terrible. Now thinking about it. That's why I don't like public baths. Public pools. Oh god. And kids don't give a shit. They'll do that. Kids are disgusting, and there are some weird adults who will do that, who get off from that weirdness. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is terrible. Oh god. Oh, let me see. Go back.
Obviously, one IQ teachers and school boards have said is that, oh, there isn't enough time for students to apply the sunscreen.
Enough time?
And if we do give students the time to apply the sunscreen, then it's going to cut into lessons. Like,
how long does it take? Who takes that long?
Of going to a brothel and the prostitute getting pissed off at you because they have to give you enough time to put on a condom. Like, I don't think it's going to matter. If anything,
No.
that time allocated to protecting yourself and protecting all of those around you is pretty fucking important. Like, I think it really doesn't take that long to just put on
Like, what
sunscreen.
the hell?
It takes you like a couple of minutes tops. So this whole idea of, oh, it's going to cut into lessons, or we have to allocate time to giving students to fucking protect themselves from the sun is absolutely
Bro,
ridiculous and arrogant.
come
And then
on.
this third and last counter argument, which just absolutely makes the least amount of sense, is that some teachers and some school boards bring up the argument that, oh, what's the difference between sunscreen and makeup? Because as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of schools in Japan that don't allow the use of makeup. It is against school rules for females or males, you know, whichever. There's no judging here. This is 2023 to apply makeup during school. You know, some
I
girls
hate when
look
people.
pretty,
Okay,
but some
this is
schools are
not
like, no,
okay.
you're not allowed
Okay,
to wear
I'm not
makeup,
gonna lie
which
to
is
you.
fine. That's
I'm not gonna lie to you. This is not a grab against Joey, but like, please, I hate when people fucking tell me the year like that's going to justify whatever the fuck the argument is. That doesn't mean shit. What means shit is the logic of what we're arguing about. But like, you like when people give you that argument of, especially females like doing this shit a lot. They'll like to bring up the fucking year because that's justifiable to whatever nonsense is happening at the moment. So like, no. No. Like, no, it doesn't work like that. I get why they do that, because they're young and they like to say that nonsense, but that shit is it's 2023, Jace. Get it with the program. No, fuck that. It depends on what the program is. The hell? The hell? Okay, it's 2023. People are looting and shooting now. Should I go loot and shoot? No. They ones doing that in 1976.
Understandable. There are a couple of Australian schools as well, and I'm sure some American
The
schools
fuck?
that don't allow for female or male students to wear makeup at school. That's understandable, but to say that you can't tell the difference between sunscreen and makeup is absolute monkey brain. Like,
Monkey brain.
anyone with a functioning frontal lobe can tell you that there is a big difference between fucking sunscreen and fucking makeup. Like, makeup is an option, right? Like, putting on makeup isn't going to affect your health in any way.
Oh no, it
Sunscreen,
kind
on
of
the
can,
other
but
hand, does. It is medical. It is a medical cream that is used to protect yourself from diseases. So this argument of, oh, what's the difference between sunscreen and makeup? If we don't allow makeup at our schools, then obviously sunscreen's kind of the same thing, right? It's
no,
just
it's not the
absolutely
same.
stupid and ridiculous. And obviously, you know, these counter arguments are very flimsy, very paper thin, because a lot of people in Japan are not buying it. And it's kind of sad because a lot of people are saying that, like, oh, this issue stems from this very old school mentality, especially from older teachers, of this idea of like, oh, you know, a tan is healthy. A tan on a child, on a sporty child, is the sign of health. It's the sign that
No,
they're
it's
going outside,
I don't know
they're
about that
touching
one.
grass, they're getting physical. That is the sign of a healthy boy or girl. This is 2023, okay? And look, if students want to get a tan,
Okay.
want to get browned up, then hey, that's fine. But I think for students who don't want to do that, the option should at least be open to apply sunscreen.
Okay,
Like, I don't
there's
understand
one
what's such an issue with
last
just giving
thing
students
left
the option. Like, you don't even have to
that I need
enforce
to
it if you
do.
don't want to, right? If there are some
Oh,
students out there who are like,
actually,
no, I don't want to put sunscreen
I
on,
go
I
over
want to
here.
get myself nice and brown, boy, then that's fine. I think that option should be left open. But the fact that the option isn't even there for students is really, like, almost criminal. Like, it's putting these students at a serious long-term health risk. And the fact that these teachers, these old school teachers, do not see that and try to come up with stupid counter arguments is just another reason why Japan is living like 50 years in the past. And when it comes to the whole thing of, oh, the pool might get dirty, and what if the student swallows the water that has the sunscreen in? Wouldn't that be more of a health risk? Well, it turns out a dermatologist on this argument, on this show where they talk about this issue, actually reassures to people that even babies who accidentally drink sunscreen or ingest sunscreen or sun oil have shown no signs of it actually being super harmful. Like all you have to do is just kind of wash it down, as long as it's not in like huge amounts. Just just wash it down with some water or milk, and usually even the baby is fine. Not to mention, if you're in a fucking school pool and you drink the water, I think the chlorine in the water is
It'll
going to be
get
more of a
destroyed. Yes, yes.
hazard to you
What the
than
hell?
the little bit of sunscreen that is inside.
Who is ingesting?
So
Yo,
far as to get
who,
a lawyer
who's
on the show.
who's purposely ingesting water from the pool with other people in it? If anything, you're keeping your mouth shut. Who's doing this? What the hell? Like you use chlorine is a terrible tasting thing. Like it makes it really easy to see underwater, and it then burns your eyes after a while being under there too long. I'm still alive right now, so I can say that's a hoax. Exactly.
To say this particular statement, which I don't know if it's a bit of a
Shit
stretch, but
crazy.
it is a powerful statement that says, not allowing the use of sunscreen as a school rule is
Oh wait, I
almost
forgot about this.
close to being an illegal matter. Like, and I kind of agree. Like, a school should be
Wait,
able
hold
to
up.
teach you how to be safe, how to take care of yourself. It should be a safe space where students can go in and make sure that their life is not at risk in any way, whether that be physical or mental. To some people, the use of sunscreen might be a very insignificant thing, but to a lot of people, it can seriously cause long-term health effects. I mean, there's a huge reason why, especially in countries like Australia, the rate of skin cancer is so high, because our sun is strong as shit. We love going outside, and I guess this idea of using sunscreen is not as widespread as it
Okay.
should be. And especially for kids in Japan, where a lot of them are born with very fair
Okay,
skin,
I
with
think I'm at the
born
end
with a lot
now.
of weaker skin as well, that may not be as susceptible to the UV rays and
Okay.
the harsh sunlight of the Japanese summer as some other ethnicities. It really does cause serious issues.
Oh wait,
and
I
we've
see you.
seen that in
Okay.
the past.
Wait,
I think
hold on.
to wrap up this whole argument, I think everybody can agree that not even having
Go
the
back. I
option
don't care about
open
no fucking
to allowing
Hunter Biden.
students to
Shit.
wear sunscreen
Okay.
is just absolutely ridiculous. Like, if you're not going to allow sunscreens, then I don't know, maybe if you have an outside pool in your school, put a roof over it, put some kind of like a visor over it to cover the pool from the rays, or maybe
Yeah, that
just
can work.
install pools in an indoor area
That
in
can
some
work
newer
too.
schools, so that it negates the whole fact that you need to wear sunscreen. There are lots of different methods to overcome that if you so want to keep this really ridiculous school rule in place. But my argument, and an argument for a lot of people, is this is one of the strangest, weirdest, and most pointless school rules for Japanese schools to have. And again, the fact that there is such a staggering amount of schools in 2023 that still have this rule just blows my mind. So yeah, this was just episode 6,000 whatever the fuck of Japan being like at least 30-40 years behind the curve, and hopefully this argument in the Japanese side of things can increase enough and be more well known enough to the point where maybe we can start to phase out these old dumb rules, because they really are just that, old and dumb. But anyways, guys, that was just a little news piece I wanted to talk about. Let me know your thoughts and opinions about it down in the comments below. And hey, also let me know down in the comments below, what was like a really weird, strange, even pointless school rule that you had at your school or your country.
Actually, you know what? I'm
really
gonna leave it
interested to
alone.
find out. Again,
I can
down
always
in the
fix that
comments below.
later.
And hey, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make
I'll
sure to
take that
slap
away.
my face right here to subscribe to the channel.
I can't realize that she had a puffball under her neck. She has this weird puffball thing going on. I did not see that till now. So I may have to add a puffball in there, but I'll do that in my own time. I can't do that now. Alright. I'm pretty much done. I'm pretty much done at this point. We're pretty much done. I put in the base colors. I'll just shade them up later on my own time. So we're done. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you guys for being here. I do appreciate it. If I do decide to stream tomorrow, it will be probably something random. Maybe some Skullgirls, or if I don't do any Skullgirls, I might do just some random gesture drawings just to keep my brain up. I don't know. And don't have to put so much focus on like one particular character, or I might experiment with something. I don't know. We'll see. But with that said, have a great night, guys. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Hum. Thank you, Bri. And thank you, Titan, for being here. I do appreciate you guys for coming in and just saying hi and all that great stuff. It's been an awesome day. and all that great stuff. I'm sorry it took so long for me to get this out of the way. It took me 3 straight days, which was kind of annoying, but it is what it is. So with that said, have a great night, guys, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Same thing for you, Twitch and YouTube. So this will be on YouTube as well, and all great stuff. I want to hear from you guys who watch this. If you decide to watch this, do you like the commentary that we're talking about the anime industry, animation industry in the West, and all that stuff? Do you rather have the videos be totally silent with some music over it, totally silent completely? Did you learn something? All that stuff. Leave a comment at the bottom for those on YouTube when you see this. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye, TikTok. Bye, guys. Laters.